And then my husband's just shooting me that we didn't know about the CTRVA. And I'm like, I ran that the day. You read my mind. Are we ready to go? Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 28th, 2022 Board of and we'll start today with a flag salute. Robert Wygant. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So we'll start this morning on our consent calendar, and we have a number of changes that have been requested. Consent agenda items 22A, 22E, 27J, and 28B have all been requested to be removed from consent for discussion or other action. Are there any other items that we need to remove from consent? Okay, any public comment on any of our consent calendar items other than those four? Okay, not seeing any. I'd accept a motion to approve the remaining consent calendar.
Second.
Holmes and Wygant, although this is a roll call.
Gore.
Aye.
Wygant.
Yes.
Holmes. Jones.
Aye.
Gustafson.
Aye. We'll move to item 22A then. On 22A, I think we have a staff request to table this item and bring it back. But I do need a motion to table the item unless there's any other discussion or explanation. 22A. Okay, Holmes and Gore. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? So that one passes to table that and bring it back. The next item is 22E. Supervisor Jones, would you like to make some remarks on this item?
Asked for 22E to be pulled is a large part of this particular item has been occurring. And much of it I don't understand, and I thought it might be a good time to refresh the public on the events up till today.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Gustafson and Supervisor Jones and Supervisors. I'm Daniel Chatney with the County Executive Office. So the item 22E for Regional University are the approval of two amendments to two agreements to defer or delay the reimbursement of county staff time. I can go briefly over the timeline associated with the item, but I believe that we have representatives from County Council, Planning, and Regional University on Zoom that can help answer any more technical questions. So the Regional University specific plan was approved in 2008. The property in question is roughly 1,150 acres and was donated to the University Development Foundation in 2012. A reimbursement agreement was signed in 2014 to reimburse the county for costs related to the processing of a Federal Clean Water Act 404 permit. Reimbursements would become due upon the transfer, sale, or among other real estate transactions related to the community parcel. This agreement was subsequently amended in 2015 to modify the timing of filing of the 404 permit. And in 2018, the agreement was amended again and a delayed payment agreement was entered into. In 2021, the property was transferred to HC Real Estate. This transaction triggered the payment of the fees that were delayed. In January 11th, 2002, your board approved amendments to the deferred payment agreements to allow HC Real Estate to delay payment until approval of the first small lot final map for the community parcel. In that agreement, HC Real Estate was also required to amend the development agreement with the new terms by July 4th of 2022. And the county was notified in June of this year that despite their efforts, HC Real Estate needed additional time for the amendment of the development agreement. HC Real Estate intends to utilize the residential home builder developer for the community property and to start building revenue for the endowment and a future campus. That kind of briefly touches on the timeline of how we got to where we are today. And like I said, there are some of our technical staff available for any other questions.
Okay, so what I'm interested in is just someone to explain, I know the properties were acquired recently, And there are two parcels, right? There's the community parcel and there's the other part is the regional
Correct.
University. So both parcels were purchased by the same,
They were donated.
Donated.
The property was donated.
Robert, would you use your mic?
okay.
You'd think after all these years, I would remember those details. Yeah, so the properties were held for a long time, as Daniel described, by the University Foundation, but then recently donated to Hillsdale College, which is the real estate HC
Correct.
reference. So the concept always was that there would be about half of that property that would be sold for development, and that money would go to some university for an endowment. And that concept is still the same, except that in the beginning, everybody thought the property would be sold first and then a university would get the money. In this case, Hillsdale owns all of it and is looking to sell the property once they get the tentative map modifications complete. And the request really is just to defer these payments that are due until such time that they have the proceeds from the sale of the property. Then they'll proceed with a master plan for the university site, et
Okay.
cetera.
Was that always the plan to donate was it about 1,158 acres, the two parcels, the one for the community and the one for regional?
Total property is how much, Daniel?
I thought it was, 1,158.
So that's the total amount of property. About half of it is going to be development property, mixed-use residential type
Right.
of project. And the remaining half roughly is the university site.
Okay, because I've had constituents email me and they're very concerned about the county paying for stuff for the regional university. And so I really didn't know what to tell them. So the county purchased the property. Who donated? It's the private owner of the property.
There were partners in the donation. The Zagopoulos family and the Cummins family were the ones who essentially owned the property that donated it to the foundation.
Okay,
And so as they were going through the process, of course, they were incurring cost. And I don't remember all the details, but those costs and more, there were some recent costs as related to the 404 permit, et cetera, and they're due. But the request by Hillsdale is really just to continue what had been ongoing, which was to defer the payments, not pay those payments, but defer them until the property is sold, because then they'll have the proceeds by which to make those payments.
okay, so in parts in here are saying something about not paying until the development is developed and all the properties are sold, not the property.
I think the
Is that-
current plan is for a date certain, so they'll have to make a sale or pay the fees, correct?
The actions before you are to allow the HC Real Estate to have time to amend the development agreement with the new due date timeframe, which is set up to be the recording or the first small lot final map. So, and I'm sorry. Go ahead,
I'm
Karen.
sorry. Dan. No, I just wanted to add that for the record, the county hasn't paid for anything here. What the county has done is twofold. One, the county partnered with Regional for the 404 permit. The board made a policy decision that considering the potential of a private university coming onto the property, and in order to extend the infrastructure where it was constrained by wetlands, that the county wait behind an application so that it would go through the process sooner than it normally would with the Corps of Engineers, and that actually proved out correctly. So the costs we're talking about here are the processing fees, which are simply being extended. So really, we haven't paid for anything. The board has found ways through policy on to how to make this financially viable and to work within those constraints.
Okay, but the deferral is for the cost to the county, right? For the processing of all proper paperwork, correct?
Correct.
And so with the deferral, is that going to defer the payback to the county until after that parcel is developed and all the homes are built?
Yep, my understanding I think we have Clayton Cook from County Council who helped with the agreement. But my understanding is that the deferral at this point in time is for an additional time frame for them to amend the development agreement with the new reimbursement due date, which would be the approval of the first small lot final map.
Daniel, if I could just clarify on that point real briefly. Clayton Cook, supervising the county council. So in January of this year, your board approved that deferred payment agreement so that those obligations for payment would occur at small lot final map. As part of that approval in January, the county required the developer also amend the development agreement to include that obligation in the development agreement. The timeline for them to modify that development agreement was 6 months. And what's happened is, despite their efforts, they have not modified that development agreement within 6 months. So the only request before your board today is to give them another 6 months to add that agreement into the development agreement. So the deferral to small lot final map is something your board took in January. All we're doing today is asking for another 6 months to give them time to amend the development agreement. And the reason that we would want them to amend the development agreement is then if they breach that payment obligation, it becomes a breach of the development agreement and we can hold up the further approvals of the project in total. So this is a protection measure. It's just giving another 6 months for them to get it done so that we have that included in the development.
Thank you, Clayton. So if in the next 6 months they don't get to it, can they come back to us and ask for another deferral?
They certainly could. They could ask for more time to amend the development agreement. If they did have that request, it would come before your board again, and you can decide whether you want to give them that time or not.
Okay, thanks so much, Clayton. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it.
Any other questions or comments, board? Any public comment on this item? Megan, do we have anybody? I'm not seeing anybody jumping up here in the room. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to approve. Of Wygant and Gore. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you, board.
And we'll move on. The next item we pulled from consent calendar was 27. Let me get to it. 27J. And this item just needs a change in, it's 581 in your packet, but on the agenda it reads Tahoe City Downtown Association. But in the description, it says monies to the North Tahoe Business Association. So we want to correct that to reflect that it's going to Tahoe City Downtown Association, those revenues. And is there any other questions or comments, board members? Anybody from the public want to address our typo in our agenda? Okay, seeing none, I'd make a motion to approve this item. Gustafson and Gore. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. And then finally, we have item 28B. This is a commendation for Sheriff Devin Bell found on page 587 of our packet. Supervisor Jones asked to have this pulled, and I'll allow her to speak to it.
Good morning, Devin. I know you're watching, and I will just tell you, I know you didn't want to be recognized, but I'm from a strong military background, and we do not let anyone slip out the door without recognizing them for their valor and their service. So here goes. In the matter of a commendation, recognizing Sheriff Devin Bell for 30 years of dedicated public service as an employee of the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Whereas Devin Matthew Bell is retiring as the Placer County Sheriff after dutifully serving that agency and the citizens of this county for 30 years. And whereas Devin Bell began his career as a deputy sheriff trainee on February 22nd, 1992, during his career, he successfully rose through the ranks, starting with his promotion to sergeant in 1998, acting lieutenant in 2004, captain in 2006, assistant sheriff later in 2006, was appointed under sheriff in 2007. And whereas Under Sheriff Bell was unanimously appointed Placer County Sheriff Coroner Marshal by the Placer County Board of Supervisors in 2017 and was elected by the voters of Placer County in 2018. And whereas Devin Bell has had a distinguished 30-year career, Sheriff Bell has furthered his education through extensive management and training courses, including the Sherman Block Leadership Institute, Post Management, Post-Executive Management, FBI Leads, National Incident Management, and State Emergency Management. He is a graduate of the prestigious Naval Postgraduate School. And whereas Sheriff Bell has provided excellent leadership in the office of sheriff throughout Placer County, the community, and the state of California, he has continually demonstrated his dedication to protecting our citizens and to the mission of the Sheriff's Office to maintain the quality of life enjoyed here and to ensure that our county is a safe place to live, work, and visit. And whereas, under the direction of Sheriff Devin Bell, the Placer County Sheriff's Office has maintained the reputation of a family-centered organization and has insisted staff adhere to the highest standards of honesty and integrity, with pride in themselves and ownership of their work, all while treating our community and each other with dignity, courtesy, and respect. Now, therefore, let it be known that the above commendation was duly passed by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Placer at a regular meeting held on June 28, 2022, on behalf of the citizens of Placer County. The Board of Supervisors acknowledge with great appreciation the exceptional service of Devin Matthew Bell and wish him well in his retirement and future pursuits. Congratulations, Devin. We all wish you the best, and you've done a great job for Placer County, and I'm sure everyone really appreciates it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And I know, as you mentioned, Devin didn't want to have this item pulled and discussed, but certainly he, along with all of our public safety officials, are greatly appreciated, and his strong leadership is greatly appreciated. Are there any other comments, board members? I'm not seeing any. Any members of the public wish to speak to this item? I don't see anybody here in the room. Is there anybody on Zoom? Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. You have a motion and a second. Holmes and Gore, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Okay, we're done with our, that concludes our consent calendar items. We'll move to public comment now. This is the opportunity for any member of the public to address the board on items that are not on today's agenda. We'd ask that you limit your comments to 3 minutes. And I'll see if there's anybody out there that'd like to speak to us on an item that is not on today's agenda. And I think they're all awake. They're not jumping up, so I will look to Zoom.
We have one.
Okay.
Janet, go ahead and unmute your mic and give your comments.
My name is Janet Nartot, and perhaps I missed it since my computer is extraordinarily slow. Where's the status concerning North Tahoe City or outside of North Tahoe City when it comes to low-income housing? Did you address that?
We have a number of housing items later on our agenda. Were you specific to one of those items on the agenda?
I will wait until you get to those items.
Okay. Thank you. Again, last call for any public comment. Okay. Thank you. Then we'll move on to board member and county executive reports. Do any board members have reports? Supervisor Gore?
Just a quick update for my colleagues, and that is I had an opportunity to go with SACOG, the Sacramento Area Council of Governments, to Salt Lake City to take a look at their transit systems in Salt Lake City, their bus rapid transit, their light rail, et cetera, and talk about transit-oriented development or communities that are developed around transit. It was really helpful and eye-opening. I certainly learned a lot about what they're doing there, and I wanted to share that with you all as we look at transit options here in this area in North Lake Tahoe, as well as around the region. I want to share one thing that I thought was very interesting, and that was when we talk about infrastructure and development, we make sure we pave roads as we have development, and we make sure that we allow people to get where they need to go. But at the same time, when we are providing transit services, we're providing a way for folks to utilize that option as well. And neither of those ever really pay off, but they're an investment in transportation. And if you invest in transit in areas where there's a need, you can actually take off a lot of vehicles off of the road, so that those who have vehicles can utilize those a little bit better. So I just wanted to share with you that opportunity. And as we think especially about transit here in North Lake Tahoe, how important it is that we're balancing all of those needs.
Thank you. Suzanne?
Yes, I want to share something really fun with everybody. As a supervisor, I was invited to the rib judging contest at the fair last Sunday. So make you all a little bit hungry right now. It was an excellent time. It always is. In the fair, we stayed and enjoyed the fair, although it was hotter than crazy, but it's still a lot of fun. And you have to go sometime because there are 17, I think there were 14 vendors cooking ribs that day, and it was hard to judge. Every one of them was delicious anyway. But thanks for allowing me that opportunity to.
Any other board member reports? I'll take a moment to thank the incredible staff here at North Tahoe PUD and running the event center for hosting us today and last night for a celebration of Larry Sevison's 50 years of public service. We had a great turnout and a lot of support both from North Tahoe PUD, Tahoe City PUD, and our county staff, who did a tremendous job recognizing somebody who gave so unselfishly for 50 years to our North Lake Tahoe community and our Placer County community. And I just can't thank our board enough for coming up to Tahoe once a quarter and providing the opportunity to hear from folks on this end of the county in person. It means a lot, I know, to our community members, and I really appreciate that we continue to try to follow that tradition when we don't have a pandemic going on. So appreciate that very much. Robert, I see your mic on.
Yeah, I just can't not mention that thanking you, Cindy, for what a great event. It was really well organized, and all the staff and help that went into it. I thought it was a great evening for a great guy. So thanks.
Thank you. Jane, did you have a CEO report today?
Yes, thank you, Board Chair. Just a bit of information for those gathered here, for our viewing public, especially with the coming Independence Day holiday weekend. Our Eastern Placer and Tahoe area, of course, will see a significant growth in the visitor population. So I want to share a bit on some of the preparations that have been underway for months to accommodate the coming visitors. This is a wonderful time in North Tahoe, great for our local businesses and economy, but we want to prepare accordingly. In preparation for this increase in visitors and in partnership with our basin area special districts with whom we met yesterday, our Tahoe team has been preparing for months with services and enforcement teams to provide a positive experience for both visitors and our full-time community. Some of these peak season services include Tart Connect, our microtransit, which starts today and operates 8 a.m. to midnight, added trash collection services with Clean Tahoe, the Park and Ride program from Truckee via the Truckee North Tahoe Transportation Management Association, and continued shuttle services to and from the Reno Airport via North Lake Tahoe Express. The pedestrian crossing guards are back for the Tahoe City and Kings Beach areas to help with traffic flow and pedestrian safety. And in addition to peak services, our our Tahoe team is putting resources in place to provide enforcement of standards and rules, including added sheriff patrols on beaches and heavily used bike trails. A quick reminder for all that alcohol is not allowed per local ordinance on the Truckee River of this coming holiday weekend. Sheriff's officers will be on site at access points to ensure compliance. Together with our Placer County Sheriff's Office, our STR rental team is also on duty to ensure compliance with the stricter standards and expectations in the STR ordinance as approved by the board and effective this past March. The STR enforcement team will also be augmenting CHP efforts regarding parking restrictions in the county code and posted on our county-maintained roadways. Lastly, our fire district partners will be enforcing the burn ban for our region. This includes no wood or charcoal fires of any kinds, as you may have seen in the roadside notices along the way here this morning. The board, our fire districts, and our OES team is working hard to get the word out about this, again, for visitors and our community alike. A lot of these programs will be highlighted further today, but just wanted to provide that additional information at the front end of the meeting for those viewing for this weekend. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jane. It's great to have everybody working so hard to prepare for what I'm sure will be a busy, busy holiday weekend and week. So we'll conclude that item. I've had a request from the public to move up a item that Department Item 11A. I'm going to try to fit that in a little later because we have some other individuals on our timed item list, and we're now at our timed item. We're about 10 minutes late already. So I will try to get to that item probably just before 10 o'clock if we can get through these timed items to honor that request. But we'll take our first timed item now, which is just the adoption of a little budget that we do annually. As Daniel said, he had about 1.2 million, or is it 1.22 billion? Sorry.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. Daniel Chatney with the County Executive Office. Pleased to be here today following a public hearing on June 14th to recommend adoption of the fiscal year 22-23 budget. I thought to be different today, instead of a boring PowerPoint, I could just read to you the 700-page budget document book that was published for us today. So get comfortable.
It's a new podcast.
Yeah. So the requested actions before you today to adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 22-23 budget, including budgets for county operating funds for a total amount of $1,221,251,032. Budgets for county proprietary funds for a total of $146,006,856. Adopt a resolution to adopt the fiscal year 22-23 budgets for lighting districts, lighting and landscape districts, benefit assessment districts, county service area zones, permanent road divisions, and sewer maintenance districts governed by the Board of Supervisors. Also asking the board to adopt an ordinance approving the fiscal year 22-23 uncodified allocation of positions to departments and waive oral reading. Just as the budget that was presented as a recommended budget on June 14th was unchanged. No direction given to change anything in the budget. So the budget we're adopting today would be the same as the recommended budget in the amount of $1,221,251,032. General fund budget of $421.9 million is a 14.2% increase over the prior fiscal year. Public safety fund, $253,366,000. And Health and Human Services Fund, a large increase of $26 million, for a 10.7% increase. You'll see again an awful large increase in Capital Projects Fund, rising almost 99 or just over $99 million, or 181%. Majority of that is due to the construction of the Health and Human Services Center that'll begin this fiscal year. Just going over the major revenues and sources for this budget again, intergovernmental revenue at $380.4 million, or 31%, is our largest source of revenue countywide. Local taxes at 24%, or $294 million, makes up the second largest source third largest source of revenue behind other financing sources, which are generally 87 cost reimbursements coming to and from county departments. Expenditures by cost category, very similar to prior years. Salaries and benefits at 33% or almost 400 million are the county's largest single expenditure cost category. Services and supplies at 20% or 241 million recognizes inflationary costs and the addition of increased things to like fuel and other inflationary driven costs. We did break out the operating budget again. For this year, it's $720 million compared to the $1.2 billion budget. The difference here is we've cut out the capital expenses and just leaving it with the salary, benefits, services, supplies, and other charges, just to show the difference between all the transfers in and out and capital projects. Again, here's the investment in capital. Capital fund at 153.6 million. The road fund has about $44 million in projects, and we've budgeted for the purchase or acquisition of nearly $11 million of capital equipment across all the county budgets. The recommended funded positions have increased from the beginning of fiscal year 21-22 to the adopted budget of 22-23. By 91 positions. Again, I'll just remind the board that the 16 positions in public works are just a reassignment from the special districts allocation to the county allocation, and those are not all new additional positions. But a total funded positions for 22-23 recommended at 2,795 positions. This is, again, a chart just to show the difference in the general fund expenditures by category year over year. You can see our largest salaries and benefits coming in at about 98 million, a $5 million increase over the prior year, and transfers to other funds and cost allocation actually decreasing from 201 million to $200.8 million in the new fiscal year. Our budget is built on the increasing property tax revenue that we're seeing year over year. This budget represents about a 5.4 increase in property tax revenue over the prior year, and with general fund sales tax and general fund transit occupancy tax staying fairly stable. This year, we are including an additional debt service slide just to we are adding in about $4.4 million in fiscal year 22-23 for the debt service payment for the HHS building. And you see that we have other revenue that are still outstanding, which will all fall off the debt schedule in about fiscal year 26-27. Our general fund balance projection for the end of fiscal year 21-22 is $136 million, projected to increase to about $150 million at the end of fiscal year 2023. And you can see a decrease out in fiscal year 2025. That's the planned use of capital reserves for capital projects. The distribution of the general fund reserves, our general reserve is at $69.7 million. That exceeds the board's 10% contingency requirement by almost $9 million. Our PARS pension has about $18 million. Capital is $38.7 million set aside for capital projects. And other this year is $15.4 million. That is made up of a surplus of revenue over expenses in the 22-23 budget, as well as some set asides for the ongoing labor negotiations and unknown impacts from inflation. The special districts budgets presented today are total $34,250,000. It's slightly lower compared to fiscal year 21-22. That's not unusual as this ebbs and flows with the capital projects that are assigned for any of those districts. So again, before the board takes action on these items, I do want to extend my appreciation to the departments, the department fiscal staff, and the county executive office, especially the county budget team, for their hard work in putting all this together. I do also want to thank our county public information office and document solutions for helping us consolidate the adoption of the budget today with your budget at a glance brochure, which summarizes the county's budget for 22-23. And again, a shout out to the budget team on my team, especially Daniel Vick and Document Solutions for consolidating the publication of this budget book for you today. I have one copy for Supervisor Gustafson. The rest of you, I spared you the hassle of carrying this all the way back to Auburn for you. So your copies will be waiting for you this week. Okay. And with that, I'd be happy
You
to
gonna help
answer any
me
questions.
to the car with that, or, yeah?
That's
Okay.
Megan.
Thank you, Daniel. Are there questions for Daniel? Robert?
Yeah, Daniel, last meeting when we approved the preliminary budget, we had a discussion about setting a board hearing to discuss reserve policy. Is that set, or do you have any expectation as to when that might occur?
My plan, Supervisor, would be to have that held our annual budget workshop with the board early November of 22.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Daniel, I'll ask one. I participated last week in a meeting with a number of state officials and those from the finance department. We're very cautious about next year's budgets and the financial situation the state will probably find itself in as we see reduced revenues in the state. We've enjoyed quite a surplus and a lot of investment in the last couple of years. So do you anticipate, have you seen any projections through our counties and through any advice you're getting on preparations for next year?
So we are, Supervisor Gustafson, thank you. So we are in regular contact with our assessor in measuring the anticipated tax roll increases. We're waiting for that tax roll to come out sometime in July, and so we can see what effect that has on 22-23. Our primary objectives at this point, considering the property tax growth in the county, which is the county's largest discretionary source of revenue, has been pretty stable growth over the last couple of years. Is watching those trends very closely, as well as our sales tax pool driven revenues as other jurisdictions come back online, watching for any impacts to Prop 172, for example, or the pooled sales taxes. But we, following board policy, we increased in December of 21 the board policy for contingency reserves to 10% of the operating budgets of the general fund and public safety fund. And as I mentioned earlier, we exceed that 10% target by about $10 million. So the county's done a very good job of tucking some rainy day funds away to prepare for any eventual declines in revenue to help support that. In addition to that, recommendations to departments to be aware of staffing needs and staffing concerns and how those all impact future budgets and revenues to cover those same expenses. So being very diligent about those approvals and recommendations.
I appreciate that, and certainly increasing the reserves and making sure that we can, if state revenues decline in some of the health and human services accounts or some of the other situations, that we're able to have a gradual decrease if we need to, or stabilize those funds, because so many of our programs are desperately needed by individuals that we're serving in the community, and making sure that we've set that aside. They were very, very pessimistic about next year, what the fiscal outlook is for next year. I hope they're wrong, but I think we need to be very aware and make public is very aware that there are some strong concerns about what we're facing, both with inflation and a potential recession. So,
Sure. Yep.
Thank you. I don't, Robert, did you want to?
Just to add on that, Cindy, great perspective, because to me, we talked about this a little bit in June also, but it's just a weird economy, just on some unprecedented issues, and obviously our budget's in great shape and it's really solid. But the only thing I can think of linking back to Cindy's comments was 2008, the Great Recession, and we had a fiscally sound reserve policy then, and we actually put in place a 5-year plan to spend it if necessary to retain the same standard of service for our essential services like public protection. And we cut out non-essential services like contributions to our open space fund, and it served us incredibly well. And I think it was great for our residents, but also a good example to hold up. So that it's so critically important to think about those things and anticipate those things and recognize the world that we're in. But great comments, Cindy, and interesting to hear about that meeting. And again, thanks to everybody with Daniel and your staff and County Exec's office that made this work.
Thank you.
Great. And Jane just reminded me that we do have some outstanding items we brought up on June 14th. And if you want to go ahead and report on those and the status.
Certainly for the board's information and the viewing public, those who might have been watching on June 14th, we do understand there are still some outstanding issues that we will bring back in the first quarter report. Beyond reserves, as noted by Supervisor Wygant, other issues that were noted were conservation, open space, code enforcement staffing, libraries as per the study that was presented to the board in early May, and asset replacement. So I just wanted to note that we are mindful that those are still issues to report back on when we next come back on budget.
Appreciate that, Jane. Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions up here. I'll open it up to the public. Members of the public, do you have any comments on our 22-23 budget? Okay, I'm not seeing any in the room. Are there any on Zoom? Okay, we'd like to take these in separate motions. So I'd entertain a motion on number 1. Okay, on number 1A1, adopting the resolution to amend our budget with those changes. I have Holmes and Jones. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Then on item 1A2, adopting a resolution to adopt the fiscal year, the lighting districts and all the other county service areas, all the other items as shown. Holmes and Jones again. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? And then item 1A3, adopt an ordinance introducing and approving the positions. Holmes and Jones again, and all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Daniel,
Thank you.
and thank you to your entire team. I love having this ready to go today. I guess you anticipated we'd approve it today, as you should have. And I really appreciate trying to simplify it for our public because it's been a lot of work, I know, for those of us newer on the board to come up to speed on the budget and the entire process that it takes. We basically spend 12 months a year working on the budget, and this is the culmination of what we started a very long time ago, last summer, really. And all of your hard work pays off. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Great, thank you. Then we'll move on to our 9:35 timed item. This is County Executive, the Placer County Pension, Other Post-Retire Employment Benefit Funding Policy, 105 of our packets.
Members of the board, Daniel Chatney with the County Executive Office again. On behalf of the county's Finance Committee, which includes our partners from County Council, the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, Auditor Controller, and the County Executive Office, we're requesting adoption of a resolution approving an amended Placer County Pension and Other Post-Employment, or OPEB, funding policy, and an authorization for the County Executive Officer or their designee to execute all documents necessary to direct pension and OPEB funds between any authorized Section 115 trusts, and further authorize the county auditor and county treasurer to take the necessary actions to facilitate the accounting and transfer of funds. In December of 2007, the Board of Supervisors took a proactive step to address the long-term liability of providing retiree health benefits. Investment at that time in the California Employers Retiree Benefit Trust Program, or known as the CERBIT, which is managed by CalPERS, was approved in 2007. The additional contribution, or the original contribution plus additional contributions and uses, the trust currently holds approximately $500 million in assets, which covers 100% of the actuarial costs of that program. The Finance Committee has been meeting regularly to discuss opportunities to maximize the county's investment in covering post-employment costs. The current policy directs OPEB investments only into the CERBIT trust. The committee agreed and recommends that the county's overall strategy will be improved by allowing the flexibility to utilize other qualified firms that provide Internal Revenue Code Section 115 qualified trust plans. To allow for this, we are asking for changes to the pension and OPEB policy to strike the words "SERBIT" from most of it and replace it with OPEB trust to be more general and not just specific to one provider. And these would be only allowed for GASB 45, or that's the Government Accounting Standards Board, Bulletin 45, and IRS approved OPEB trusts. And although the committee or the current SERBIT has achieved its main objective, we are requesting to move approximately $230 million of the assets in the SERBIT to a Section 115 trust with the Public Agency Retirement Services. The county currently has pension assets on deposit with PARS and is looking to expand our portfolio to include OPEB assets. PARS offers a combo trust, which will provide additional flexibility in directing available funds to either pension and or OPEB needs. Some of the information behind PARS, they have been providing these services for more than 20 years. They've proven to be a strong partner with the county's long-term pension strategy. They have investment strategies that have been successful and flexible for different risk profiles and has been providing the county outstanding customer service. A move some of the assets to PARS will allow for additional investment strategies and diversification of our holdings. The concept of the combo trust to be jointly managed by PARS is interesting to the county for all those same reasons of diversification and the varying flexible strategies. All this to be done at a very reasonable administrative fee and with actual investment returns that are that are leading the industry. So we request your board to approve the requested changes to the OPEB policy or to the pension and benefit policy and to the initial transfer of OPEB assets to PARS. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. And I believe we also have Andy Sisk from the Auditor Controller's Office that might be able to answer any questions. Or
Thank you. Any questions, board members? Yes, Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Daniel, for this report. In 2007, one of my goals, along with Supervisor Wygant, was to pay down all of our obligations for healthcare and pension obligations. And we took a very robust approach to it. And now all these years later, we're doing quite well. I think the flexibility for PARS to come in and be able to redirect those funds to more obligations that are unpaid is a very, very wise, prudent move. So I really appreciate this.
Supervisor Holmes, I'd just like to clarify one thing. Any assets that we've accumulated on the OPEB side in the SERBIT trust would still remain assigned to OPEB and other retiree health benefits. This gives us flexibility with monies that return to the general fund to invest those monies in either the pension or the OPEB side. So.
And just for the public, Daniel, can you remind me what percentage we're at on our OPEB?
We are as of the last actuarial report, we were estimated to be at 115% funded on the OPEB strategy. Over the last 6 months in the investment market, we've lost a little bit of those assets, but we still are overfunded over 100%. And we are about 65% funded on the pension side.
And as we've discussed, for counties of our size, we're well ahead in OPEB.
Very much.
We are a little further down the priority list on the or the ranking list on our pension, and so
Correct.
we need to continue to look at contributions there to continue the foresight that Robert and Jim put into place.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any public comments on this item? Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson, members of the board, Andy Sisk, Auditor Controller. It's a great day again to talk about OPEB and pensions, especially when I get a chance to talk about governmental accounting standards. But we've been talking about the Great Recession, and I was working with the county during the Great Recession, and I know this board had a difficult decision to make. We had set aside about $40 million into a reserve. It was a county reserve, but it wasn't restricted for OPEB assets. And we weren't sure what the future was going to hold with the Great Recession. And I know the Finance Committee was like, let's hold on to this money because we're not sure what's going to happen during the Great Recession. But it was the board, and I know Supervisor Wygant and Holmes were on the board, said, no, we need to commit this money to OPEB. We need to send it to a Section 115 trust. We did that. The initial contribution was $25 million. To date, we've made 8.21% annualized interest investment earnings over the course of that period of time, which has then caused us to be super funded, for lack of a better word. The Finance Committee has been working diligently over the last 3 years to try to figure out a way to move some of our OPEB assets into the pension side of the house. And this combo trust is going to give us that flexibility. So when we do get reimbursements, or if the general fund does have some carryover and want to put money into reserves, we're now going to direct some of that money over to the pension side. So I want to thank Daniel and his team for bringing this forward. Special thanks to Janine Windishausen, our treasurer tax collector. There's been heavy discussions on this, looking at strategies, looking at policy, and we're very supportive of this action. So thank you. Happy to answer any other questions you might have.
Thank you, Andy. Any members of the public who would like to speak to this item? It's your tax dollars we're talking about. Still. Okay, anybody online? None. Okay, entertain a motion. Holmes and Wygant. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you, Daniel.
Board.
Thank you, Andy. Thanks, Janine, as well, if you're watching, listening. Okay, this is a long-awaited item for myself. This is item 3 on our agenda, page 113 of our board packet. And this is for our Tahoe Justice Center and Tahoe City Courthouse. For those of you, while you're coming up, Bill, I'm just going to say that I was working for Supervisor Mike Flutie in 1989 when the first grand jury report was made public that we needed to replace this Justice Center up here. And it's quite a few years later now, but we're making progress.
It was a couple of years after that I started working on it at the county. So it has been a long time. Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. I'm Bill Lardner. I'm with the County Facilities Management. And the item I have this morning is a memorandum of understanding that will be between the county and the Judicial Council of California. The purpose of this MOU is to formalize the project planning and conceptual participation between the county and the JCC and Placer Superior Courts. They may want to speak on this a little bit later too, but so the future contemplated project is the replacement of the Tahoe Justice Center. So it will be a sheriff, DA, probation, public defender, and also the courts. And I have some details here too, if you'd like to know what the estimated cost. Essentially, the Justice Center will be in the range of 45,000 square feet, and it's estimated right now at 41 million. And the courthouse will include 16,000 roughly square feet, and it will cost about half of that, 21 million. So the schedule for this is to begin our project planning and continue our planning work with the JCC. And that is ongoing, and it will continue this next fiscal year. And we will then proceed with the following year into a design build process. The idea is that the county's project would be complete and ready to be moved into while the existing building is still occupied and in use. And when that building is ready for demolition, our new project will be completely occupiable and ready to go, including a temporary court facility. So with that, I'll entertain any questions and be happy to turn this over to the Placer Superior Courts if they have anything to say.
I do believe we have representatives online who want to speak to this.
Give Jake just 1 second. He's moving over as a panelist.
Good morning. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, we can. Good morning. Can you hear us?
Good morning. Are you able to hear us here?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello?
Well, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. So we just want to, as Jake Chatters and me, I'm Alan Paneshi for the court. We just want to say thank you to the board for considering this and approving this, we hope. I remember Chair Gustafson when she was Mike Flutie's field assistant there in 1989 when we had the project almost headed for actual building, but it got delayed. So here we are. We do thank the board for considering this and want to cooperate fully with the board and with the JCC to get this accomplished. And this is one of the early steps. So we just wanted to say thanks and thanks Mr. Wagner as well. If you have questions for us about this, we can answer questions. Otherwise, we just want to indicate our thanks and support.
Thank you, Judge Paneshi, and it's an honor to have you join us. So I know we were trying to get this timed item on schedule for you, so thank you for joining us. We should have built it back then. I'm sure there were a lot less zeros.
Yeah.
Right.
Any questions from board members on this item? I'm not seeing any. Any public comment on this item? No one online? I'm not hearing any, so I'd entertain a motion. I heard Wygant and Jones first and second. Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you all. And let's hopefully see the prices of construction come down a bit. Maybe we can save a little money moving forward. We'll keep our fingers crossed.
Cautiously optimistic about
Yes.
that. Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Staff, can we go ahead and move to item 11A? Are you prepared? I know this is going to delay us on some of our timed items, but we have had a request from the public to hear this item a little more quickly. And if you don't mind, we'll then jump to item 11A. And this is an update on our short-term rental program implementation. Crystal Jacobson's here and Jasmine.
Great. Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. I'm Crystal Jacobson, the Deputy Director of the Community Development Resource Agency in Tahoe City. And here today to provide you with a status update on the implementation of the county's short-term rental program in East Placer. Presenting with me is Jasmine Carr. She's a member of our STR team. She's our STR analyst who has been assisting with our implementation efforts. Also participating virtually is Doug Jastro with Revenue Services, who's available to answer any questions you might have on TOT. Oh, there we go. So just to provide a little bit of background here, so your board approved an update to the ordinance on February 8th. That was the actual repeal and replacement of the ordinance. So we do have a new program, has been expanded to include the establishment of a numerical cap on STRs in East Placer, and that number is 3,900, if you remember. And this, at the time, we arrived at that 3,900 because we knew that to be really the active TOT in East Placer, and those numbers were kind of pre-COVID. And so I bring that up because Jasmine's going to touch on where we're at with permit counts, so I just wanted to remind you of that. The ordinance also includes an elimination of the previous exemption provisions, so a lot of units that had once been exempt as part of the former ordinance are now rolled into the new program and are required to get a permit. It also includes a 30-night per year rental requirement, increased frequency of fire life safety inspections, stricter operational and enforcement standards, a limit of 1 STR per property, increased fines and penalties, and then also established a permit priority process for the 2022 permit cycle that we are required to follow. So following your board's approval, we did develop an implementation plan, which included an adoption of adjustment of the application fee, and that was brought to your board in March and adopted. We also have built a new permit system, which is aligned with our TOT certificate system. And then also have been, getting staff in place to administer the expanded program. We do have ongoing recruitments open to date. It's been a challenge, just like every other employer, to recruit employees, but have been actively working on that. I will say we do have a nearly fully staffed enforcement team, so that is good. That was a main goal of ours, to get those folks in place before the busy summer season. So we've got 5 enforcement officers. They're code STR enforcement officers, but they do work nights, weekends, and holidays. And we have 1 additional officer that we're recruiting for right now. So doing pretty good on the recruitment. And then we've also been coordinating with and assisting the fire districts on fire life safety inspections. So if you remember, there was a provision that's included in the ordinance that all units have to have a passing inspection in order to renew next year. So they have to have an inspection this year in order to renew for the 2023 cycle. So we have been working with the districts on this. We've actually set up a system for us to conduct inspections. So we are assisting with the actual inspections. In particular, doing that for Olympic Valley and the North Star areas. And we have begun inspections ourselves. And then, the importance here is just to really ensure that these folks get their inspection before the next cycle. We want to make sure that they've had the opportunity to have a passing inspection so that they can renew for next year. And Jasmine will touch a little bit more on this in terms of the counts for inspections in just a minute. And that's actually, before I get to that, I have a couple more things. So the ordinance did go into effect on March 11th. On April 1st, we did have a successful launch. So I want to touch on this before Jasmine goes into the permit numbers. And again, it's aligned with our TOT certificate system. So it's kind of a one-stop shop, the new permit system is. So folks come in, they are required to get a STR permit before they can get the TOT certificate. They are also required to get a business license. And so the system directs them to the tax treasurer's office to get that business license. It's a separate system for that, but we've been coordinating pretty well with our office on that process as well. So in terms of permit counts, what I want to do is talk about the priority that we are taking to process the permits. Again, this is outlined in the ordinance. So we have priority 1, 2, and 3. Priority 1 and 2 are the STR renewals and previously exempted STR properties. So these are the folks that had an approved exemption last year or an approved permit. So they get a priority in terms of how we process the permits, and they've got a 90-day window to get in and get a permit. So after that 90-day window closes, which is July 1st, then they essentially are in line with everyone else for a permit. So I bring that up because it'll come into play when Jasmine goes over the numbers of where we're at. Priority 3 includes those folks that have never come into the program before. So they have not had a permit. Perhaps they thought they were exempt and never came in for an approved exemption. But we do know that there are folks out there that were not operating with a permit that need to come in for a permit now. So July 1st is going to be the date where everybody is in line. The priority has ended. The 90-day period will end. And so even if you had you're coming in for a renewal or you had an approved exemption, you're essentially kind of at the back of the line come July 1st. So with that, I'm going to let Jasmine talk about where we're at with permits and inspections, and then I'll touch on enforcement and adaptive management.
Thank you, Crystal. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. The stats you see on this slide are as June 15th, but I'd like to provide you with data as of June 24th. The total number of applications received is 2,900, and this number is broken down by the following priority groups. The priority 1 and 2 applicants total 1,189. The priority 3 new permit applications is 538. Finally, the total number of permits issued since the launch of the system is 1,176. Of the total number of applications received, it's been a huge push. And to date, we've issued over 1,100 permits. These numbers are lower than what we expected, which was about 3,400 applications, with about 500 new permit applications. As you know, the cap on STR permits is 3,900. This number was based on the approximate 3,400 known active TOT certificate holders and includes the 2021 active permit holders, along with those who were previously exempt under the original ordinance. Of those 1,176 issued permits, we've been tracking the breakdown by fire district. North Tahoe Fire District has the bulk of STR operators at 867, followed by North Star, which has 226, then Truckee Fire with 43, Olympic Valley has 38, and 2 that fall under our other category, which is CAL FIRE. I'd like to mention that there are 2 districts who continued conducting fire life safety inspections, and we have 2 districts who have opted out. As Crystal mentioned, the county is completing the fire inspections for Olympic Valley and North Star. Next, we have issued permits by management type. Last year, we had a 60-40 split, and we see a similar split between properties that are privately managed versus professionally managed. Since the exemption provision was eliminated under the new ordinance, we know some of these units were exempt last year. That's it for the permit breakdown. I'll hand this back over to Crystal. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you, Jasmine. So to talk about, and if you remember, this actually is very similar to what we have seen the last couple of years in terms of the breakdown versus professional and privately managed units, which is interesting because as Jasmine pointed out, there's a lot of units that are now in the program that weren't previously in the program, and the breakdown seems to be consistent with what we've seen over the last couple of years. I'm having a little trouble with there we go. Okay, so I'm going to turn to enforcement real quick. We have been doing a lot of outreach and education on enforcement. We have a goal in our office to have officers out in the field patrolling about 80% of the time and responding to complaints. So again, they're working nights, weekends, and holidays, and spend a lot of time out and about. The objective here is to really have a presence in the community. And I've actually been hearing from folks that they've been seeing these folks out and about and are happy to see them. When they are out, if they see parking issues or have concerns about trash or noise, they tend to know where these units are and where some of the trouble properties are and have been actively enforcing and responding to complaints in the field. I will say we have noticed, response from our local contacts and property managers. So people have been really, really good and responsive about complaints that come in. And so I feel like we're on a good path in terms of enforcement. We have issued, since the ordinance went into place, we have received 34 complaints, and this data is because we prepared this a couple weeks ago, so it's a couple weeks old, but 34 complaints received, 3 citations and 2 fines that came in that were appealed, and those were upheld. So really the message, I think, is that the increased enforcement is working. Again, we're nearly fully staffed on the enforcement team and really able to be out there and in the field and educating, the public about the program and enforcing as we need to. I do want to point out we are scaling up enforcement for the holiday week. So we're kind of doubling up on staffing for the 4th of July holiday week. We did that for Memorial Day as well. We were busy. The holiday weekends are definitely busy weekends for us, as are weekends where it's over 100 degrees down in the valley. It can tend to be pretty busy up here. So we're prepared to handle what we do expect to be kind of a high volume of calls and complaints over 4th of July. So moving on, this just shows complaints by violation type. And I think what this shows is that, the violations tend to be around trash, noise, and parking. So some consistency there. in handling those violations. In the summer months, it's a little harder with noise, I would say, because people are outside, they're in their hot tubs, they're enjoying the outdoors and sometimes late into the evenings. And so a lot of our noise complaints, come in the summer months. We do have I will say a lot of complaints about hot tubs. And so perhaps as we adaptively manage this program, we take that into consideration in terms of whether or not we need to make some adjustments. Okay, maybe, there we go. Oh. Okay, so moving on to adaptive management. As I noted earlier, we've really focused on implementation of the new ordinance. It was a big push to launch the 2022 permit cycle. It's also been, a big push really to kind of coordinate with the districts on the inspections and just make sure that we are covering that workload. It's a big push to, inspect all these units this next year. And then finally, we've also been, focusing on recruiting staff and are still in that process, including recruiting for a program manager, someone to run the entire program, the enforcement and the permit intake and the adaptive management. So now that we have successfully launched the 2022 permit cycle and have a system in place to assist with the inspections and meeting our goals there, our next phase is to focus on adaptive management. So areas that we are going to kind of turn our focus towards the next few months are forming a stakeholder working group to provide input on the STR ordinance and our enforcement of the ordinance and what's working and what's not. We know with any ordinance, when you adopt an ordinance and put it in place, there's always going to be areas that need change. And so we are tracking that and want to work with our stakeholders to, figure out what is working and what's not and where can we make some changes and adjustments. We're tracking and analyzing STR and TOT data. As Jasmine pointed out, our numbers are a little lower than we thought. The cap is set at 3,900. We're at about 2,900 now. Again, we knew the active TOT number to be around 3,900. The 3,400 number that Jasmine mentioned was a total of the previous permits and the previously exempted properties. So we thought we would come in around 3,400, and we still may. But to date, we're at about 29, so we're a little lower than we thought. So what does that mean? We're going to need to analyze that, perhaps conduct a survey, really sift through our current TOT data to see where we're at and see whether or not, does that number need to be adjusted as well, the cap. We will continue to conduct ongoing research and program trends around STRs. We know resort communities are making adjustments or either updating their ordinance or are bringing new ordinances on. And so we continue to kind of monitor that work to see what other folks are doing, particularly in those resort communities. We do anticipate providing annual reports or even quarterly reports or every 6 months to your board. And then again, consider potential ordinance revisions driven by metrics and that stakeholder input. And then a big focus on conducting public outreach and education, and that's with the enforcement team. But in addition to that, what can we do to be notifying permit holders about certain events or things like, the ban on the 4th of July fireworks, for example, and just making sure that we're getting the message out to permit holders and to the community about the program and any issues that weather events, things like that come up in the community. And then analyzing fees and updates as needed, that's also important. We did adjust the fee, and so we want to, analyze that moving forward to see whether or not it needs to be adjusted again. And so that's another area where we'll be adaptively managing the program. So with that, that's all I have, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Supervisor Gore and then Wygant.
Thank you, Crystal. A couple of questions. First of all, as far as the complaints, I know you didn't compare it to last year, but do you know anecdotally if the complaints have been reduced since last year?
It looks like they're reduced slightly, yes. Citations are definitely reduced, and what we are hearing from local contacts and property managers is that the increased fines have kind of alerted folks, and they are being very, very responsive when a complaint comes in. So I think we've had some success there.
Great, that's good to hear. My next question, it's great to hear that you have the code enforcement folks almost fully staffed or fully staffed. Are those county staff or are they contracted
County
out?
staff.
Okay. And then it looks like there's, not all of the fire districts want to continue doing the fire inspections, and that the county may take that over. Is there an opportunity, I don't know if it's an opportunity or not, to actually have an MOU with maybe some of the other fire districts to do those MOUs, even if it's not, or do the fire inspections, even though it's not in their district? Would that be an opportunity instead of the county having to take on that role and maybe contracting that out with another fire district?
Right. So 2 fire districts, we have your board approved 1 MOU with Truckee Tahoe Fire, and they want to continue doing their inspections. And so they're doing that. We are not assisting them with inspections. And then North Tahoe Fire, we are currently in the process of updating theirs, and that'll be before your board soon. And they also want to continue to do inspections. However, we have agreed that if they need assistance, we are prepared to do so for North Tahoe Fire. Olympic Valley and North Star, we have terminated their MOUs. They don't want to be doing inspections this year, but they may want to reconsider. And so at that time, we would have to come forward with another MOU to do that. So right now, we are actually conducting the inspections in those districts. But we work with them, coordinate with them on, a lot of folks will call them for inspections, not knowing. And so that we have worked together on messaging to make sure that those folks know to come to the county. And so we've started actually inspections in Olympic Valley and North Star.
Thank you. Right. And I just didn't know, as far as cost wise, could we save some money outsourcing it out to another district versus the county doing it ourselves? Maybe, maybe not, but just a question.
It's possible. Right now the fire fee is set at $475, around $475, $476, and that was set in November of 2019, and that was we arrived at that fee working with the fire districts in terms of the time it takes to do an inspection, and it essentially it also covers, some of these folks don't pass their first inspection, and so we have to go back out. So there's some assumptions made to arrive at that fee. But that fee has not been adjusted since 2019, and we can certainly analyze that as well moving forward.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to comment that this is a very challenging issue with a lot of layers, and they have changed in the couple of years that we've been looking at it closely. So I want to compliment Cindy for you bulldoggedly making sure that it was in front of the board, because to a large extent that was thankless work. But I want to thank Crystal and Jasmine for what I see as great work that's emerging that will be changing. But I think we've really made some progress. So I wanted to take the opportunity to make those comments.
Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Jim, Supervisor Holmes?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just want to echo what Robert said, because that's exactly what I was going to say, that your team, Crystal and Jasmine, thank you for your presentation, the hard work you do. And Supervisor Chair Gustafson, the shepherding, I guess is the best word for this process forward. And I really appreciate the adaptive steps as we move through and make this more feasible for all. So thank you again. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones?
Good morning, Crystal.
Good morning.
In your slides, you say that 2 of the fines were appealed and upheld. So I'm just curious, who is hearing the appeals? Can you explain
There's
that?
an administrative hearing officer. So that was actually one change that we made in the ordinance, if you remember. Instead of it having a two-step appeal process going to administrative hearing officer and then to your board, we changed that so it stops at the hearing officer. And so we do have a contract with a number of folks that step in as a hearing officer. And so it was heard before a county administrative hearing officer.
Okay, good. And I'm also wondering, have you received complaints from your short-term rental people about the new ordinance regarding fines and fees, the fees for everything?
Yes, I mean complaints in the sense I think it has it's kind of perked people up and they realize they need to take action and be responsive. So yes, we have, our numbers are lower. So one of the things we're looking at is, is it lower because our folks perhaps pulling out of the program because of the increased fines. So I've heard some of that anecdotally in the community. But in terms of complaints, I would say that they're concerned, right? Concerned about those. I mean, it's an increase. We've got a $1,500, $3,000, $5,000 fine structure, and so it went up substantially. And I would say people are taking note of that.
Right. Well, I understand, and I was a proponent of raising the fines because it had to sting in order to get people's attentions. But I'm also curious, how about the fees that the new fees that have been implemented? Have you been getting many complaints about the new fees?
Yeah. So the fee went up to, the application fee is $306. The fire fee is separate, and that did not go up. So that has remained steady at $475.88 is what it is. We did, I am in receipt of a letter that was submitted this morning to your board with, some concern about the fees. It appears just at first glance, looking at that letter here this morning, that they sort of aggregated what the fees are doing to their business model, right? Or impacting their business model was the assertion. And the fees it's $306 for an application fee. That did go up, from, I think it was like $186 before or so. Yes, I would say we've heard, you'll see it, before you today, a complaint on that. But those fees are for each property owner. The permit runs with the property owner. And so they're the folks that are incurring these fees. So they're incurring a $306 application fee, which pays for the cost of the program for us to administer the program. And then the fire fee, which is the $475.88. And that again, for a professionally managed STR operator, that would be every 3 years. And for a private, it's every year. And then the business license fee is $111. So that is separate. There is an opportunity for us, we can assess this moving forward and make adjustments, perhaps roll the business license into the program itself. We'd like to do that. We think that's serving the customers better too if we do that. But yes, I would say, we've heard a lot of folks, I would say, are just happy to pay it and get a permit, pay the fees and get a permit. But you will see before you today that we do have a complaint from somebody about the
Yes. Okay.
what the fee is
So
done.
you said the fee for the fire inspection, has that always been incurred
Yes,
on everyone? And the
Yes.
fees are similar?
they have not changed.
They've not
They were
changed.
adopted in November 2019 at $475.88, and that has not changed.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I don't see any others, Crystal. I had a couple comments and question. First off, kudos on the code enforcement. I've seen them out and I hear great things from our community members. People seek me out now instead of to complain about their neighbors, to say, I called code enforcement and it worked. They were there, they dealt with the issue. And so some of our repeated emails in my email chain of people that contact me almost every holiday weekend or every weekend, those numbers have gone down dramatically for, as one supervisor getting those, a lot of those complaints. But then people do seek me out to say code enforcement is doing a tremendous job out there being visible. And I really appreciate, I know it's a thankless job for them, but I do see them out and about, and I hear from others, they see them out and about. The other thing is, last night at the event we had, I was approached by a realtor who thanked me again profusely to say she is seeing a calming in the real estate market due to many trends. I'm sure interest rates have a lot to do with that, but also the fact that investor-owned opportunities for purchase seem to be less aggressive. She hasn't seen as many folks with pure investment motivations trying to buy single-family residences, which certainly I think was something that we were hearing about, and the trends of these people are never at the houses. They just rent them as a hotel 365 days a year. I do know we still have some problems, and you've dealt, and I appreciate your and Jasmine's support on a couple of those where we've gotten some complaints that there continue to be violations of our ordinance and the investigations that you're doing on those, because some of those have been repeatedly concerned about their neighbors' properties and what's going on there. But my final question is probably more for Doug Jastro. With the decline in the numbers, what we've heard from other jurisdictions, and I talk to all my counterparts regularly about this issue because we're not the only ones facing short-term rental chaos and demands on our systems. So Doug, I'd like to ask, is Deckert pursuing those that may be trying to rent online that don't have permits, and how active are they? And then also for those that aren't renewing, are they transferring to some sort of game with 30-day rentals? Where I've heard this, and I don't know how much of it's speculation, but they convert to a 30-day rental, but they sign, the people just rent for a week, but they sign a contract that says they're there for 30 days to avoid paying TOT and to avoid having a short-term rental. And I've heard that speculation as well. And again, we would see more of that on online advertising. And so I just want to make sure that Deckert is really looking and that we're finding those people. Because as you know, we had the incident in my family where somebody rented a home over Christmas, New Year's, and turned out they didn't have a permit at all. And I calculated what I thought the revenue would have been. They didn't pay any TOT. And I calculated that the county and our public lost $5,000 worth of revenue that would have come in from that rental. So I want to make sure we're going after those people as well as those who have a short-term rental permit.
And I'm pretty sure he's on the phone. I know
I
that
see his face.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Doug. Thank you.
Okay, absolutely. So Doug Jastro, Revenue Services Manager. Good morning. Yeah, happy to talk a little bit about the enforcement of what we're finding with online platforms and our vendor, Deckert Technologies. I would say that since the implementation of the short-term rental ordinance, working with Crystal, Jasmine and her team, and kind of the synergy between the two programs, transient occupancy tax and short-term rentals, we've seen on the TOT side an increase in not only TOT certificates, but also the TOT tax remittance. So it's been beneficial in getting a fuller picture of what's going on, and people that owe the transient occupancy tax are actually, and we can see that in the numbers. Deckert Technologies, they've been another essential piece in the enforcement on this. And they do have the ability not only to identify the properties, but once the properties are identified, they're able to use their consistent mapping of what's going on with these advertisements to see whether the bookings that are happening are of a long-term 30-day plus nature or fewer than, and thus constituting something that would fall under the short-term rental ordinance as well as transient occupancy tax. So we've been very happy with them as a vendor, as a partner on this, and the ability to look to see if there has been a shift from short-term to long-term. We're going to be able to identify those and pursue that. If we see someone saying that they've shifted to long-term, but it doesn't in fact indicate from their bookings that these are still short-term rentals. So yeah, we absolutely are in a great position to see that and to react to it as it comes forward.
Have we cited anybody? I know the ordinance just took effect April 1, but have we cited anybody for non-compliance with our ordinance?
We have not cited on that yet. I do anticipate after the July 1st date, there may be some of that coming.
Well, what I heard, and of course it happened, the event that happened with some relatives of mine happened before the new ordinance went into place, right? But what I hear and what this individual apparently did was just rent for Christmas, New Year's to get a huge chunk of revenue in for a very large home, and then takes it back offline. Because when you went to look, I had a copy of the ad, but when you went to look at it, it had been taken down. Those are the games that I think we really need Deckert to be watching for, the peak weeks of our summer, our peak weekends, our holiday weekends, when people might really try to jump in and go under the radar, get a rental in place and not comply with our ordinances and our tax remittance on those. And it's not fair to those that are playing by the rules. So it's really important to me that we're looking for those folks too. Good. I'll look forward to seeing citations on that front. Okay. Thank you, Crystal. If
Thank
there's
you.
no other comments. Oh, I'm
One
sorry.
one other
Supervisor?
question.
Uh-huh.
I was going to ask something very similar. Cindy, you got most of my questions answered, but I was wondering of the people that drop out, do you have some kind of a system where you can inquire with those people that do not apply for an STR if they plan to change to a 30-day?
That is our intent. Yes.
Okay.
So as we move into this adaptive management, we want to look at, why is the number a little lower than we thought it would be? And as part of that is, we're looking at conducting a survey to STR operators or to active TOT cert holders to ask that question and figure out what are they doing with their property now? Have they pulled out of the program, and just gain some better understanding of their intent.
Right, because I'm wondering if it would behoove the county to have some kind of a record of those that now are considering themselves a 30-day rental rather than a short-term, a registry of those folks as well. Because do they have TOT certificates, and are they paying TOT? Are they, charging TOT? And
Well, you can't have a TOT certificate anymore unless you get an STR permit. So if you fall under the ordinance, you have to get you have to have the STR permit. That's the first step when you're going through the permit system, is you get the STR permit, and then the TOT comes next.
But if you become a 30-day or more renter, they don't charge TOT if they rent it for more
They're
than 30
not
days?
paying, they're not remitting TOT if they're 30 days or more. So that's the stuff that we're tracking with the vendor.
So should they have a TOT certificate or no? Being
We
that they
don't,
rent
we
for
don't
more than-
require it, and most
Okay.
jurisdictions don't if it's over 30 days.
Okay.
But if they have an STR permit and a TOT, and then they're not renting, they have to rent 30 nights per year,
Right.
and remit for that. But yeah, this is all the stuff that we need to start tracking
The
and
adaptive
and
management,
figure out
sure.
why the
Sure.
numbers are a little lower than we had anticipated.
Mhm. So I'm wondering if do you have a fee schedule or a fine, I guess I should call it a fine schedule for those that
We-
are dropping out of the system and trying to work the system?
We do. If they are required to have a permit and be in the system, then we do have, through the ordinance update that your board adopted, we have a system and a fine schedule in place to
It's
to
the
fine them.
same fine schedule.
It is.
So they're in violation, so they have to pay those steeper penalties. And that was theoretically an encouragement not to try to skate the system,
Mhm.
that it was significant enough that they would comply.
Right.
And then also, I think it's worth noting, and Doug may comment on this, but according to Deckard Technologies, the vendor that we're working with, a lot of STR operations turn over every couple years too. People may be in the program for 2 years and then they pull out for whatever reason. And we'd like to think that things like the Lease to Locals program, which your board is going to hear about, would incentivize, second homeowners to rent long-term perhaps. So there may be, those programs are coming online, and that may also affect what people are doing with their property. We would hope. So, numbers could fluctuate. So this is part of that adaptive management, is just to see what's happening in the market as these new programs come online, and we're incentivizing long-term rentals. Is that changing things with short-term rentals as well? So,
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal. And I think Janine Windenhausen is on the line and wanted to speak to this item before we go to public comment.
Hi, thank you, Chair Gustafson. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I was going to wait till after or to participate in public comment, so thank you for recognizing me now. One of the things I wanted to correct is the business license initial application is $111. Annual renewals are $20. Business license was made a requirement. It's an area that I think we need to make some differentiation between resort complexes and property managers who are operating disparate properties, a cabin over here and a condo over there. Business licenses approvals are zoning based. So when you're within one complex, that should be under an umbrella, but the STR ordinance does not have a definition or make a differentiation in that regard. I am going to be advising staff that when there's a complex, one site, therefore one zoning application, that only one business license be needed, and to make that differentiation.
Janine, can I just ask you a quick clarification on that? If individuals within that association rent outside of the management of the management company, would they be required? Would your recommendation be that they have a separate business license, or would they be included? In other
No, they
words, they
would
can
not
opt.
be under the business license of the resort
Okay.
manager and property manager. They would need a separate license
Okay.
because they're doing business separately.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
Yeah, I really think so. But I think that maybe that warrants more discussion before we finalize that decision. And I'd really be appreciative of being included in such discussion. So we are managing this on our end to not hold up any STRs. The STR ordinance, I think, was intended to require a business license, but the language was that there must be an application. And so based on that, we forwarded things on a pending status. It was mentioned that there's 2,900 applications. We have 2,900 STR applications. We have a total of 2,100 business licenses that are pending approval by CEDRA. So we have about 826 that have been pending for 58 days, and almost 1,300 that have been pending at least a month. And we have a backlog of business licenses independent of the STR that was occurring prior. So we have not been resourced at all or considered for resourcing related to the business license. And so we have about 250 business licenses that have been waiting close to a year to have their approval out of CEDRA. And so we would like to have a discussion about resourcing for those approvals if possible.
Great, thank you. Appreciate your comments and all the hard work your staff and how you've cooperated on this whole evolution of this industry in our community. Thank you, Janine. Okay, then I'll go ahead and call for public comment at this time on this item. Are there any members of the public who would like to address the board?
You guys turn this on, right? I'm that guy. So to be fair, Crystal and Jasmine and Stephanie have done a really, really good job implementing the ordinance. It's not a function of what they're trying to do. They've helped me redefine the commercial side of Granlebach to be commercial and a condotel. It's the impact on the HOAs and their membership that I'm addressing here. It also addresses my company, because I've had to add a full-time equivalent employee for about $120,000 a year to manage this. It's a pretty big burden. Then when you take the individual condo requirement that I am aggregating, because these properties are aggregate, they're resorts. They used to be exempt, or they used to be treated as condotels. One of them is built and restricted by TRPA to be a condotel, and now we're expecting to do a, whatever the number is, 64 times $480 fire inspection that we never had to do before. It was never included. It was never charged. The fire department, in fact, is scheduled already to come back and do our inspection at that property in the next few weeks. And that includes the roughly 2 hours to do the defensible space, and usually 2 hours to go through and check smoke detectors and whatnot. Because of the unique definition we have of condotel, all of a sudden that property, which is the Franciscan in Tahoe Vista, now all of a sudden has to come up with
15,000, and it's on my credit card, by the way, to pay for those applications, because there's no process in place to do it for me to get the owner's credit card and charge it. So they're going to have to refund me. So there's 15,000 that we've already paid for the Franciscan, and I think there's probably another 5,000 if you run the math out, just for that 306 fee for one property. There are different condos on there, but just one property. There's no real, and I get that the way the system's set up and the way the ordinance is written, that creates that burden. I don't think that burden adds any value. There's really nothing's going to happen differently. We already maintained our trash. We already managed our parking. We already managed our noise. We already took care of our fire protection. So there's zero value to the community by the way the ordinance is set up. And I hope you could suspend it until this could be resolved. Okay. The second, and we talked to Janine also, who's been really wonderful and is probably the most amazing tax collector. I never thought I'd say this, but she's my favorite person in tax collector. And I'm going to run out of time.
That's a short list of tax.
I don't know anybody who said that. And I'm running out of time. But the second piece is this idea that these are fair fees. You're putting an extra 1% in your budget, $1.4 million, to achieve a goal that is pretty nebulous, certainly when it applies to companies like mine and to associations like mine. We're not seeing any impact there, and I'm out. So I hope you have some questions.
Finish your
Well,
comments.
you're not seeing, I know what you intended, and I've tried to participate in the process. Most of the things that I brought up are consistent with what I'm bringing up now. I had no idea when I stood up in front of you at the board meeting when you adopted this, and I said, hey, just adopt it. Let's see how it falls out. That the implementation, when there were some changes, these fees hadn't come up. They were not discussed before. They may have been in place for somebody, but these two properties were never involved in those fees. And now all of a sudden you're talking about essentially $70,000 in fees going to the fire department, $40,000 in fees going to the county, which based on your list is what, 4% of it or 7%. It's a lot of money, and it doesn't help the problem you're trying to solve. So I'm asking you to do a couple of things. One, if you can suspend the requirement, that'd be awesome. I heard already that's not going to happen. The second thing is, if you could do a quarterly report every time you're up here, not annually, it's not enough. This is too new for an annual process. We need to see if we can get this to work to actually solve the problem, not the perceived problem. I could discuss your numbers at length, whether 70 calls in 2 months is a big deal or not. Is it really a cost benefit to spend $1.4 million doing that? So I ask you to kind of, let's push and let's get the working group going. I would very happily be on that stakeholder group and positively contribute, but you don't have it going yet. So there's no forum to bring this up to try and solve it. Jasmine and Stephanie and Crystal have worked their butts off implementing your program. They have been really good to my points of contact and to me, but they're working under your constraints of that ordinance. So we need to get it changed. We need to get it tweaked, and we need to, hopefully encourage businesses to stay here and not go away. Because with a $200,000 expense, my company has never made $200,000 in profit, which means somehow we're going to have to generate that, and it's not going to come out of the visitors' pockets. They're not going to pay more because we've decided to add that tax to it. If you got any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thanks, Ron. We'll see if there's any other public comment on this item. I'm not seeing any online and not. Crystal, do you want to speak to Ron's concerns? And then I had a comment or two as well. Board members have other comments.
Sure, I absolutely appreciate, his concerns. And just state again, the intent of the ordinance and the way it's set up is that the fees and the operational standards, the responsibility lies with the STR permit holder, which is the owner. So when we are processing applications, it's the owners that are responsible for the permit, and the permit is issued to the owners. But I do understand the nuances with his business model, and frankly, it has been a kind of a challenge for us to implement this ordinance around that business model. And he's right, we have had a lot of meetings with him to try to sort that out. And so there could be some opportunity to make some adjustments based on the comments that you just heard. And so I would welcome his participation. The next push, it has been a big push to get the this permit cycle launched successfully, and but there's some tweaks that could be made, and I would absolutely encourage his participation and welcome his feedback in a stakeholder group, which is the next step for us, is to form that group and start looking at where we can make some changes.
Appreciate that, Crystal. And I know that adaptive management of this program is critical to any program success. But as we look at the ordinance moving forward, what is working, what isn't working, and bringing back those recommendations, we've always said this ordinance was not going to be easy, nor were we going to get it right. We're going to have to make adjustments as we go. There are so many different operating models for businesses out there. And the minute we do one thing, businesses change and do another. I mean, the shared, I just deal with the shared boating experience of people opening up and renting boats out of commercial properties in my neighborhood, and watch how that has taken off, and we don't regulate that. And so so there's so many, whatever we do, people find ways around it, or we find complications that we didn't anticipate. So I appreciate that the working group really needs to get it up and running and get that input and come back with ideas and suggestions. Obviously, it wasn't agendized today to change the ordinance or, be able to take action on it. But we do appreciate the concerns and know that we have a lot of work to do. I hear that from staff. You recognize that model at the Franciscan is different than Lake Forest Glen, or different than Tahoe Tavern, or, a million other different property models that were set up many years ago.
Right. And it's been a challenge, for our staff too. So we're sort of tracking those, where are the problem areas that we're, what are we experiencing too, in terms of the challenges. And so, I appreciate the comments for sure.
Thank you. Supervisor Jones.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, just more clarification for me than anything else. Can you refresh me about exemptions? What are exemptions?
So hotels, motels, timeshare properties, bed and breakfasts are exempt. And then condo hotels that meet a specific definition are exempt. And those are the condo units that are really in a hotel facility where they've got a centralized fire suppression alarm system. And like a centralized system where, they're really in one hotel building or facility. If they are separate units, that is the distinction. Then they are required to come in and get a permit. And then the other standard is that they have got a front counter type of, service model. But really the key is, what we found is that a lot of these units that had been previously exempt were not having the benefit of any fire inspection at all. And so after consulting with the fire districts, they had some concern about that. In fact, they had concern about that for the last couple of years that the ordinance has been in place, that these units, that there was a lot of them that had been exempt condo units that were not getting inspections. And so we crafted the ordinance to try to pull those folks in and draw a distinction. But perhaps that there's some nuance there, right, in terms of that, drawing that distinction between condo hotels. And so I think maybe there's a little bit more work to do to tease that out a little bit better, so that we're not in the situation that we're in with the Grand Lebacan and the Franciscan.
Okay, so that's what I'm wondering. In the other situations, are those condos that they're all owned by individuals and not really coming under that umbrella of a main hotel check-in kind of a situation?
I would ask Ron to speak specifically to his business models and the condo hotels there. But typically, the condo hotels that we have been permitting and working with are separately owned. So it's somebody that owns the unit, then maybe they throw it into kind of a hotel operation, and they're there a certain period of time throughout the year and then rent it out. The hotel operator could be doing the property management of that unit. But specific to Ron's business model, I would ask that he answer that question.
And I think
it's complicated.
There's so many different models. So you look at the Village at Squaw Valley, those units above the retail village, those are all individually owned. Some are in the rental pool, but they're operated with a front desk and the fire, it's commercial property. So they all had commercial fire inspections and regulation. And some of our older properties that are that may be partially qualified as a condo hotel may not have that designation currently, and maybe that's another way to address it. 'Cause I
Yeah.
think the concern about health safety is making sure that these are safe units.
Right. So in
for
that
people.
situation that you're talking about, where some come under the hotel management and others don't, do you distinguish then those, the ones that don't come under the hotel management have to be treated as individual owners with regard to
That
the
is-
safety?
That's where we're having the challenge.
Okay.
So that's where I think that there's some room for improvement and changes to the ordinance to address that. It's just very as
Yes.
Supervisor Gustafson said, it's very complicated. There's so many different business models out there. But really the intent was, these commercial type facilities that are hotels, they're condo hotels, but it's like the resort at Squaw Creek, for example.
Mhm.
It has annual, my understanding from conversations with the fire districts, it has annual inspection, commercial fire inspection. So they're coming in and inspecting the entire structure. And there's reporting that's done. Sometimes that inspection is done, it's a third party, but there are annual reports that are done on that facility. And so what we are trying to do is to, I don't say target, but to pull in the facilities that don't have that benefit into the program so that we can ensure that these folks are being inspected and we're addressing, public safety.
Right. Okay. And then the STR application fee, did that increase?
It did increase slightly, yes.
Just slightly.
It went from, I'm sorry, I don't have that
That's
number
okay,
in front of me,
just-
but it was
yeah.
like 189, I think, or
That's
something like
right,
that, and
you
went to
said, so it was
306. And that covers, again, that covers like
$25.
we have an expanded program and adaptive management that we weren't otherwise doing, and an expanded, team of enforcement officers and that type of thing.
Right.
So.
And I understand we're trying to make the program pay for the staffing that we're required to have to manage the whole project. Thanks, Crystal.
You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Thank you very much. Appreciated everybody's delay and everybody's timed items, being patient with us, but we had
Thank
the
you.
request to hear this first. So
Chair,
thank you.
can I
Yes,
ask just
yes.
one request? And that might be that when we have our next meeting here in Tahoe, I think it would be just important to, I know you're trying to get through all the permits and processing, but it would be great to have at least some of those stakeholder meetings
Mhm.
prior to our next board meeting. And maybe there's an opportunity to have some conversation about some suggested next steps the next time we're out here.
Of course.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Yep.
As everything is with short-term rentals, and we allotted 30 minutes, we've taken almost an hour on this. And I do appreciate the board's indulgence and especially the staff, because we'll now move on. Thank you, Crystal,
you.
to our 9:50 timed item, Placer County Residential Chipper Program, page 115 of our packet. Again, my apologies for the long delay in getting to you, but I appreciate your patience.
We
and-
completely understand.
Okay.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Gustafson, members of the board, Ms. Christensen, and Ms. Schwab. I am Melissa O'Neill with your County Executive Office. With me today is Sarah Jones from the Placer Resource Conservation District, Marshall Hopper, David Keenan, and Brian Passenheim with your Placer County Probation Department, and Dave Atkinson with Placer County Office of Emergency Services. Sarah will begin our presentation today with a summary of the performance of the residential chipper program through the pilot period, followed by probation with their perspective on the program's performance, and I will conclude our presentation with the action we're requesting your board take today. Sarah? Apologies, we have uploaded the wrong version of the PowerPoint, so we will make verbal corrections as we go. Apologies for that.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. As you know, the RCD partnered with the Placer County Probation Department's Alternative Sentencing Program starting in September of 2021. And prior to that, we had a 4-person in-house crew. And at that time, we were unable to meet the demand. We had over 300 requests, and we're able to complete about 52 services per month. So it's like trying to chase someone that's running faster than you. You just can't catch up. So then from there, I want to talk about the programmatic improvements that we've made throughout the pilot program in the past 9 months. We've been able to hire a program specialist to help us with customer service and calling folks back and letting them know the status of their service. And we're able to purchase a new truck, which will be delivered in December. We're really excited about that. We have an older fleet, so it was much needed. We've been able to acquire a CCC crew to help us meet the demand. And then we're launching a new online request service and payment option on our website. The final meeting is this week, so we plan to launch that in the next month. So residents can go online, request service, and pay online. So as you know, in December of 2021 and early January, a large storm hit. And at that time, we'd gotten the wait list down to about 10 service requests. But then this storm happened. This is typically the slowest time of the year because it's generally wetter weather, but the storms came, hit it once, and then it was pretty dry. And so people had that opportunity to do that storm cleanup, which was extensive. So not only did we get an influx of requests, over 260 requests in a period of a few weeks. We typically get 20 to 40 requests per week. So this was about quadruple our normal requests. The jobs that we're getting requests for are much larger. The pile sizes are very large, as you can see in this photo. If you look down to the very end of the photo on the left, it's hard to see a job that took our crews 7 hours to complete. So more requests, larger jobs. But the great news is that with the increased capacity through the pilot program, we're able to stand up 4 crews. We've been able to get that wait list back down to under 150. We're now at about a 3-week wait. The program capacity is an average of actually about 160 jobs per month versus 52 with our 1-person crew. So we've more than tripled capacity through this program. And as of today, since the inception of the pilot program, we have completed over 900 chipping services, and that's over 4,000 tons of chip material through this program. And I just want to thank the crews for all the hard work, and especially the probation department crews. And I also want to commend the Placer County residents for getting out and doing this critical work to protect their homes and neighborhoods. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be able to offer this service to the residents to keep us all safe. And we couldn't have done it without this partnership. So I want to thank you, Placer County, for your ongoing support of the CHIPPR program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And what a tremendous job. I mean, what a winner. What a summer, and then what a winter as far as the debris and I'm so glad the pilot program is working out. Questions, board members? Yes, Supervisor Jones.
Thanks for that presentation. And it's a great program. A lot of my constituents in my rural areas really enjoy the CHIPPR program. So I thank you for that. I'm curious, does the triple digit heat that we have down in the valley, does that stop the program or are you still able to work through?
So typically on days where there might be like a red flag day in the western part of the county, we'll just swap it up. We're really flexible. So we'll head to another zone where there isn't a red flag day. We do have a heat illness prevention program. So there are certain steps that we take to make sure that everyone is safe. There's more rest breaks, more stops in the shade and things like that. But we are able to scale the program daily because we have a different number of probation participants every day. And then we're really flexible in the areas that we can go to. We have 5 different zones. And so, yeah, if there's a triple digit day down in the valley, we can head up to the higher elevations and do work up there.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the program.
Thank you.
Supervisor Wygant.
Also ditto the thanks, great improvement, really appreciate it. Do we do any mapping, sort of comprehensive mapping of areas that have been treated? Just thinking of a broader, our county-wide effort, if you will, as it relates to fire protection, et cetera. And it seems like that would be with the data collection we're doing in the expansion program, hopefully, would be a great piece of information to have.
So we can create maps. We do have all of the addresses and jobs that have been completed, and it's called geocoding. And I've actually already talked to our graphic artist about geocoding so you can see on a map. We can't show exact addresses, obviously, for privacy reasons, but you can see concentrations of where the work and the jobs were completed. So that will be part of our new website, which should be launching in the next month.
Thanks.
Yes, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Sarah. And I wanted to make a point, which I really appreciate. The cost that we're charging our residents is so much less than For example, El Dorado County, $239 per hour versus 80. And obviously our residents are taking advantage of that. And I think that's so important. I think a project like this, us funding it, is really important. And we really appreciate the partnership with the probation department because we're getting the work done as we address the wildfire needs. So I commend our board for making this a priority, and hopefully we'll continue to do so in the future.
I think David had a couple words to speak unless anybody has any other questions for me. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson, members of the board. My name's David Keenan, and I'm a probation manager, and I oversee our alternative sentencing and pretrial services unit. And I've had the privilege over the last year of developing this partnership with Sarah in the CHIPPR program. From probation's perspective, this has really been a win-win, this partnership. We've been able to create a new alternative sentencing program that's benefited our county partners. We've been able to give back to the community directly on a larger scale, which has been incredible. And it goes a little bit beyond that. This has created an avenue for our clients to do meaningful work. So at last week's board meeting, your board heard from Mark during the prep presentation, but he's also participated in the CHIPPR program. And to quote Mark, it's a great program because it helps a lot of residents. It helps people, end quote. And when I heard that, I realized the value it has, not just to the community, but to our clients that are also doing this hard work. And so over the course of time, we've developed this new program. We're helping the community. We've probably have 8,000 plus community service hours given back to the county from our clients. And it's been meaningful and engaging work for them. And then one of the beautiful things that we talked about as we started this is, could it lead to an employment opportunity? And it has. And I'm going to bring up Rachel here in a moment. She can kind of share her experiences with what it's been like to work with the CHIPPR program and to kind of come through this program. So before I do, any questions of probation?
None.
All
None
right.
from us.
Good.
I'm glad it's working and that they're enjoying this opportunity as well as giving back to the community. It's a great win-win.
Yeah, thank you.
Mhm.
Right. Thank you, Chair Gustafson and Supervisors. My name is Rachel. I am the Outreach and Program Specialist for the Placer RCD. Some of what I do includes calling the homeowners who have put in chipping requests, answer any questions they may have, and maintain our weekly and monthly reports for the program. I started out in the probation program, and after serving my work project on that side, I decided to apply for the RCD. In September of 2021, I became a crew member, and shortly after that, I was promoted to a crew lead, allowing me the ability to run and work with my own crew and participants. I was a crew lead for about 6 months until I applied and was hired into my current position. The chipping program was an opportunity that I didn't see coming. I quickly realized how much of an opportunity it was for others as well. I have built friendships through this program and have witnessed many participants express their gratitude for being a part of it. Many people come in not knowing what to expect. By the time they finish their work project with us, they don't really want to leave. They have the option of doing a different work detail, but they decide to stick with the CHIPPR program. I've seen many participants grow because of this program, gaining real life experience and skills such as team building, communication, understanding of defensible space, and just the good they do for the community. Every time a homeowner comes out to say what a great job everybody is doing, smiles are across the board. I've had participants pull me aside personally to let me know how happy it makes them to be doing what they do and being a part of the program and to see the difference that they're making. And I think it makes a difference in them as well. This program, for me personally, was a light at the end of a tunnel. and I share my experience with every participant that is on my crew to help inspire them. I still go out on the chipper crew as often as I can, which I'll be doing this Friday. And I'm just really grateful for the opportunity it gave me and continues to give to other participants. Thank you.
What a tremendous story. Thank you for sharing your story and your firsthand account of how it is impacting lives too. Thank you. Any other comments or questions from board members? Did you want to wrap up? Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to say how much my constituents really appreciate the chipper program. I have probably a large population, aging population, that they just are not capable of getting out and doing that themselves. And they really, really do appreciate it. And your story kind of makes me imagine my folks coming out and thanking your crew. Thank you very
We
much.
definitely appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so as I feel we've demonstrated, staff feel the pilot program has been successful in providing a more robust chipper service, supporting fuels reduction activities and increasing fire safeties in our communities, while also providing an alternative sentencing option that gives workers an opportunity to give back to the community, avoiding over 1,000 jail bed days, and as your board heard, providing work experience that can lead to employment. The service is free to residents who are disabled or very low income, enabling our most vulnerable residents to reduce hazardous fuels around their properties. Many residents have reached out to express their support and gratitude for the program and have praised the quick work and professionalism of the chipper crews. A longer-term agreement, as we're requesting of your board today, would allow between the county and Placer RCD, would allow the chipper program to continue to stabilize through consistent source of labor and funding. The action we're requesting of your board today is to approve and authorize your acting county executive officer to sign a 2-year agreement with Placer RCD that would provide up to $350,000 a year in funding for the program and would continue to provide a source of labor through probation's alternative sentencing program. The contract would also be renewable for 2 additional 1-year periods. This agreement would be funded through community and agency support via general fund revenue. The annual cost of the program as it is currently operating is estimated to be about $750,000, with the requested county contribution providing just over 46% of the program's overall funding. Other sources of funding include a CAL FIRE grant and the $80 per hour fee residents are charged for the service. And this concludes our presentation, and we're available for any further questions you may have.
Great. Thank you. Questions? Supervisor Holmes.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say how refreshing it is to see this kind of program. And thank you to the board for supporting this. It's a program that provides meaningful work with meaningful results. And as we can see from the young lady, meaningful opportunities. So I'm just grateful that we're able to do this for Placer County. Thank you so much.
Well said. Supervisor Wygant.
Yeah, no questions, but building on Jim's comments, these are the kinds of moments where you make it easy for us up here, but I wanted to highlight, excuse me, the entrepreneurial attitude that exists in probation and RCD and some great management improvements in the county exec's office and OAS. It's just a great example, I think, of the best of the work that we do here.
Thank you, I agree.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other board comments. I had one suggestion that if possible, the board could ask if our GIS team could also do some data demonstrations and mapping that can be on the website of parcels treated so that we kind of encourage others to participate and get on the list, because we often hear there's a backlog and people just don't get around to applying. But with this great success of the program, I'd like to be able to show that on mapping. And this request doesn't probably have adequate funds to do that. So I'd like to augment that with asking for our GIS department to assist if that is possible.
It's an excellent suggestion. I had a similar thought, and I will work with CEDRA and with RCD to get that information put together.
I know they have a lot of mapping they do, but they're done with redistricting, so maybe they can focus on chipper program now. Great. Okay, let's take any public comment on this item. I don't see anybody in the room. Is there anybody on Zoom? Gosh, this is easy today. So I have a motion from, okay. I have Jones and Gore. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Thank
you
you
so much.
all. And thanks for sharing your story. Great success. Okay. With that, we'll move on to our next item, which is item 5. Hold on. Got to turn my page here. And that's page 129 of our board packets. This is a request for continuance on the Dry Creek watershed drainage impact. Brandon Rodriguez is presenting.
Yes. Good morning, Chair Gustafson, members of the board. I'm Brandon Rodriguez with the Stormwater and Floodplain Division of Placer County. And today we are requesting a continuance of this item to a future date yet to be determined. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public comment on this item? Then I'd entertain a motion. Okay, Holmes and Gore, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Then we'll move on to item 6, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Annual Report and Destination Stewardship. This is found on page 131 of our packet. Good morning, Stephanie.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. Stephanie Holloway with your CEO office here in Tahoe. I'm pleased to really introduce this item before you, elevate again our partnership with the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. As I highlighted for your board yesterday, you know, the NLTRA has a long-standing history of visitor business and community investment within the North Lake Tahoe area. The association is in a state of sort of transition, made possible by the Tourism Business Improvement District, the TBID, that your board approved recently. And so just to highlight, you know, our office, the CEO's office is engaged with NLTRA on a number of fronts. We do have an advisory seat on their board of directors, as well as an advisory seat on the newly formed TBID committee. So with that, it is my pleasure to hand this over to the president and CEO of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, Tony Karwoski, for your annual report. Tony.
Thanks, Stephanie.
Good morning, Tony.
Good morning, Supervisor Gustafson. Thank you so much, Stephanie, for the introduction. I appreciate it. And before I get started, I would like to say, on behalf of North Lake Tahoe to the entire board, welcome to North Lake Tahoe, and thank you for continuing to hold your quarterly meetings here. It's so important for us from all aspects of our community to be engaged with our board, and your presence here allows for interactivity directly with our residents, our business owners, our special districts, our nonprofits to come and see you. And you being here demonstrates to them your dedication to our region and understanding our unique issues and the things that drive our economy differently than on the West Slope, and as well, your ability to partner with us to make sure that we're maintaining and being proper stewards of our community going forward. So on behalf of everyone, just thank you for being here. And before I jump into my presentation, I also want to say, over the past day, both at the staff presentation yesterday on partnerships in the area and at Larry Sevenson's dedication ceremony, there were two things that happened for me there. Just one, I was really inspired, number one, by Larry's dedication to our community and what he's done, and really how he's worked in an era where it wasn't too common to work cross-functionally, multi-jurisdictionally, to move workload. Be it some of the feedback that I heard through that process was some of that workload might have moved at a different pace than maybe it does now. And I think that's one of the things that we contribute here together as we develop our partnerships in North Lake Tahoe is how we move differently than we used to together to come up with solutions to issues that are coming to us quicker and faster than they ever have before. How do we become more nimble and pivot more quickly together in order to solve those issues, to really create the best North Lake Tahoe economy that we can, community that we can, and environmentally less impactful way than we ever have before. So those are some of the things we're going to be looking at today, but wanted to acknowledge both Larry's celebration and as well from the TRPA, Joanne's statement about leadership and how the acknowledgement about how she led her organization and organizational change, because that directly relates to a little bit about what we're going to talk about here at the NLTRA today, kind of organizational change, and realizing, taking in feedback from the community around the lake over years to help drive change at the TRPA that netted real results for us in how we work going forward. And I think this is such truly a unique time in North Lake Tahoe for us, because we're starting to realize and actuate the relationships that we've generated both cross-functionally and cross-jurisdictionally to come up with new and different solutions that are going to drive our community forward. Recent examples of that I can think of are our microtransit program, Tart Connect, more to come. So wanted to acknowledge those things and then say, jumping into our slideshow a little bit here, really what we're going to be looking at today is just an update of North Lake Tahoe Resort Association. Obviously, we're in a transition right now. We've been in transition for some time, and just wanted to give the board an update of where we are. It's going to focus on kind of 3 points around that. One point is it's going to be purpose-driven. Moving from a strictly destination marketing organization to a destination stewardship organization with traditional responsibilities still around marketing, but that interactivity with both our guests and our residents and our businesses is going to change a little bit in some of the messaging, which you'll see in this presentation. The next thing is a difference in our funding mechanisms. We've had a transition from TOT funding to TBID funding, which has been a great thing that's been actuated here on April 1st, and it's really exciting. We'll also talk about that. And then third is a little bit of a staffing transition to go along with that. So moving into, whoops, hey, yes, it's actually over here. No, I got that. I got it. I can do both of mine. So, I'm in this internal battle about my need to sporadically wear reading glasses. So that's kind of what I've heard. So I'm still trying to accept it. I'll update you maybe next quarter. Okay. So I'll work both of these for this time, but I'll be looking here. So in terms of where we've been in our agreements with Placer County, most recently, we obviously have a deeper and more steeped history here, but I'm going to look at the last 2 to 3 years because this is really where it highlights the more recent focus of some of our changes. The NLTRA and the Board of Supervisors entered into a 5-year agreement in 2019 in anticipation of the formation of the Tourism Business Improvement District in North Lake Tahoe. The Board of Supervisors approved the formation on March 9th, 2021. And the term of the agreement goes from the date of the inception of the actuation of it, which was July 1st, 2021. And we began collecting TBID assessments on July 1st, 2021. The NLTRA again began operating from TBID funds on April 4th, 2022. And we did have a 1-year contract in the period of July 1st, 21 through June 30th, 2022 to operate from TOT funds until we actually went into the operations of TBID funds, which was April 1st. So our 1-year contract with the county terminated on that date for operating from TOT funds. It's anticipated that the TBID funding will provide about $6 million annually. Previously, the TOT funded $4 million annually. This TOT is coined as Turned Back TOT to fund workforce housing and transportation projects in North Lake Tahoe, recommended through the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association newly formed TOT committee. This is tremendously exciting for us and of value to our community, taking those funds and putting them back into the community for some of our most and highest priority issues that we have to face. The additional $1 to $2 million that we take in through TBID, where we were formerly funded by $4 million, will now go back into community projects that are in alignment with our management district plan. We have about 9 different categories in the management district plan, ranging from workforce housing, transportation, business advocacy and support, tourism impact mitigation, and a few more. Next up, we're going to look at a couple of things that we've done recently in our new format. And we have a 2% fee, as many of you know, in the area above and beyond the 8% TOT countywide fee. And that went to ballot. It's a Measure A in June, this June, that passed. The NLTRA supported and ran a campaign to renew the additional 2% TOT that's charged in Eastern Placer County. The campaign was funded by NLTRA membership dues and community member donations. Placer County staff complemented the efforts with a Measure A educational campaign. The Measure A renewed the 2% TOT and makes it evergreen. This is a big change, and from where the 2% TOT was before, it came up for renewal about every 10 years. And going forward, it can only be repealed by vote, which is really exciting for us. One thing I want to highlight about kind of the TOT renewal this year is that it passed with an 88.75% approval rating, which is absolutely such a huge statement on behalf of our community here to how these funds have been used in the past, number one, and then 2, how we will utilize them going forward, because there was a small change in the language on the ballot measure this year for what we can utilize these funds for. Now we can utilize these funds for workforce housing, transportation, maintenance to our beaches, trailheads, and other parks in the area that are going to really allow us to enhance the experience for visitors and locals as well. As Stephanie mentioned earlier, these funds, these 2% funds, are filtered through a committee called the Capital Advisory Projects Committee here in North Lake Tahoe. And that committee is co-convened by the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association and Placer County. Next, we're going to take a peek at overall funding mechanisms, funding and responsibilities that go with the different buckets of funds that come with a new TBID, and the turnback TOT and the 2% TOT. So as we talked earlier, our Tourism Business Improvement District now generates $6 million annually. The TBID Advisory Committee and the TBID Zone 1 Advisory Committee are the 2 committees that make recommendation of funds and expenditures and budget to the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association Board of Directors. The Board of Directors will advise and vote on final recommendations and executing budget. So as I mentioned before, we were previously funded, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association was previously funded for our marketing and sales campaign efforts to the tune of about $4 million. And we have left over about $1 to $2 million each year that will go back towards stewardship projects in the region per our management district plan. Our turned back TOT is our second kind of bucket of funds that we have influence on that will be spent in our community. And again, that goes to the TOT committee that we've newly put together just recently. And the TOT committee will recommend to Placer County Board of Supervisors on expenditures. So you'll see those projects that are being brought forward from that committee coming to this board for final approval. These projects will be focusing around workforce housing and transportation in our region, 2 of our 2 biggest issues in the region that you've heard a little bit about today, and we'll probably hear more so going forward. And the last bucket that we have influence on is the 2% TOT in partnership that we convene in partnership with Placer County Executive Office. It's about a $4 million bucket annually. and it's managed, projects are recommended through the Capital Advisory Projects Committee. And that recommendation again comes to the Board of Supervisors for final approval. Traditionally, the projects that have come through have been through our tourism master plan in alignment with it. And new language, as we just described in the Measure A passing, will allow us to create projects around workforce housing, trash removal, shoreline, beach, and public parks maintenance. So widening the scope of what we can do in the CAP committee will be really beneficial to our community going forward. Touching on the new committees that we formed at the NLTRA, per our management district plan to help us govern, are the TBID Advisory Committee, which recommends allocation of TBID funds to the NLTRA board. It was formed in April. We have our Zone 1 Advisory Committee, which recommends allocation of Zone 1 specific funds to the NLTRA board, which was formed in April. Then we have our newly formed TOT Committee, which recommends allocations of turned back TOT to Placer County Board of Supervisors, which was just formed in June. As a side note, in our bylaws, as the TBID was taken into our bylaws, the amount of seats on the TOT committee was stated to be 5 to 7. In the process of reviewing appointees in public open process, we've, as a small committee, found out that really small representation from the community might not be appropriate for the amount of funds and responsibilities that are overseen by this committee particularly. We took a look at other committees that manage similar funds and found the range to be somewhere between 11 and 13 total committee members. And particularly the CAP committee we looked at, as well as a couple others. So what we will be doing and what the NLTRA Board of Directors has voted on is to motion to make an election for membership to vote to increase the TOT committee seats from 5 to 7 to 11 to 13 total. This will just give us a wider demographic to pull from, more representation from the community, more diversity, and bringing more ideas and solutions to the table as we talk about what we're going to do with these funds. So it'll really just open up that committee discussion a little bit more for us.
Before you move on, may I ask a quick question, Madam Chair?
Sure.
Can you define Zone 1 for us?
So the Tourism Business Improvement District geographically is set up into 2 zones, Zone 1 and Zone 2. Zone 2 is roughly the geographic area that includes Olympic Valley, Alpine Meadows, and the North Star region. If you drew like a parallel line, an east-west line, below that, so the communities of Kings Beach all the way to Homewood, or you could think of it as like the lakeside communities, make up Zone 1. Certainly. So the biggest transition we're making as a North Lake Tahoe Resort Association is from a strictly destination marketing organization to a destination stewardship organization. And this is shifting from a traditional destination marketing, going to stewardship to achieve environmental sustainability, community vitality, and economic health. Those are the 3 driving factors we're trying to attain here. The destination stewardship model includes stewardship education, promoting safe, responsible travel practices, encouraging midweek and shoulder season visitation, engaging visitors, residents, and businesses on how travelers can reduce impacts of tourism, as well as care for our environment and our community. Providing resources necessary to address the community challenges consistent with our management district plan include visitor services and centers, business support and advocacy, economic development, transportation, sustainability, and mitigation of tourism impacts, workforce housing, and special events all fall under what we coin as the stewardship model. I mentioned earlier in the transition from a marketing organization to a stewardship organization, we're still going to have some responsibilities around marketing. Marketing isn't just attracting visitation here. Marketing is our brand. It's who we are. It's how we reach out to visitors. It's how we reach out to our community. It's how we engage others to interact while they're here. It's really setting up a way for us to interact, to transmit how responsible travel takes place when people come here. One thing we've developed as an aid to educate that is our Traveler's Responsibility Pledge on gotahoenorth.com. You can go there and see how, sign up to understand how to become a steward of Lake Tahoe, respect the environment, sign up on notifications and how to stay educated on the latest information that you need to have a successful trip here, as well as key and critical things like wildfire updates, how to prevent fire and be fire safe in our communities, what fire restrictions mean. If you ask the general person driving up Highway 89 if they even understand what no charcoal means, we have to keep reinforcing that message across multiple platforms to be able to make sure we get it out there. And then finally, demonstrating mindful travel and really engaging people. And we're going to show you in a minute kind of some of our plans to digitally interact with people, to have them show how they're traveling in Eastern Placer County and North Lake Tahoe in a mindful manner, and show you how we will reward them for that. Other campaigns that we have going forward are our Shop Local campaign with our Shop Local gift cards. Speaking out on behalf of Tart and Tart Connect and giving that information whenever we can, and being advocates to use public transit to reduce congestion in our community. And finally, giving any kind of really high-level pertinent updates across all of our social media channels at critical key times, like prior to the 4th of July, with messaging about no fireworks being permitted in unincorporated Placer County. And thank you, Supervisor Gustafson, for giving us those materials and video to work with. We greatly appreciate that. As we look at how we engage our visitors and influence behavior, we have 3 newly branded experiences we're going to be engaging with visitors this year. One is the North Lake Tahoe Challenge. So that is offering 3 different challenges. The Active Traveler, so an active challenge for adventure seekers focusing on outdoor activities in the region, and specifically to places where people don't specifically usually travel in large groups. So it's trying to spread the visitation out. So it's like a multi-layered effect. The Conscious Traveler, a sustainable traveler using the Travel Responsibility Pledge. And then the Scenic Traveler, really focusing on the 12 unique towns, we're calling them towns, but small communities spread across North Lake Tahoe. And that will be focused as well, again, on more of an appropriate time to do that. So in the wintertime, for instance, when we're seeing heavy travel to the mountain destinations, we'd be focusing more on the 12 towns on the lake to drive visitation in that area, spread out economic benefits as well as visitation. The Go to Towns specific program, creating 12 towns or a 12-town bucket list and a video itinerary designed to showcase each town's offerings to encourage a full week stay and multiple visits. So the idea here is that we're engaging people in what makes up these little different distinct communities across North Lake Tahoe, from Homewood to all the way to Tahoe Vista and Kings Beach, and driving experiences each one of those. And then finally, there's North Lake Tahoe and me, sharing a video. This is really going to focus where we focus on demonstrating the behaviors of sustainable and responsible travel and rewarding them. So sharing a video or an image of the guest shares that of themselves online with a hashtag, and then we give out gift cards to people who have participated in that on a random basis. So in the marketing realm, as we look at our transition from a marketing organization to a stewardship organization, one of the things we've discovered in this journey is that our current name, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association, if you could just please say that really fast a couple times over and over, stays on the tongue a long time. And one of the questions that's come up is, does this really represent who we are and what we're trying to accomplish as we move into the future and move to a stewardship model in our region? And through our internal conversations, the feedback is, maybe we need to transition that name to something else that better represents where we're going and who we are and what we're doing, so that it resonates better with our community, our visitors, and our stakeholders. So we're undergoing a renaming process with an organizational contractor, Coraggio, to develop a name that resonates with our community and aligns with our revised purpose. At the completion of our renaming project, we will focus on an additional marketing platform rebrand for our agency that will align with our new name and our new purpose. So we're going to revamp the look and feel of the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association here prior to the end of the year. That is our goal, to have that work completed by year end. Deliverables include brand position, voice and tone, messaging strategy, logo design, typography, color palette, and brand standards guide. And again, the timeline for the rename is going to be roughly about the end of August, and the rebranding following in the late fall. So we've also engaged, as a side note here in this process, a multitude of community stakeholders, our board, as well as general public, to seek input and look for a name that better aligns with who we are and where we're going in the future. One of the highlights of stewardship that we're getting involved in is participation in the Lake Tahoe Destination Stewardship Plan. So the Lake Tahoe Destination Stewardship Plan is a collaborative in developing a shared vision. That should not be division. That is a typo there. I'll just point that out. A shared vision and decision-making process for sustainable management of tourism and recreation throughout the entire Lake Tahoe and Truckee region. So this is probably the biggest collaboration amongst private entities, public agencies, nonprofits, government entities that's taken place around stewardship in the region. And the idea is that we are coming together to have one voice and one approach to how we manage visitation for the entire region, so that whether a guest is coming to South Lake Tahoe or coming to Truckee, they understand the key principles and what the expectations are when they come to the region, and even may have one resource to attain all of that information from. We're partnering with other regional DMOs, DSOs, agencies, officials, nonprofits, expert consultants to balance the needs of the environment, businesses, visitors, and local communities. This is a progressive approach utilizing input and feedback from residents, visitors, recreation land managers, business owners, authorities, and local government partners. It's about a year-long journey, and including stakeholder engagement, public visioning workshops, developing shared vision and values for the future of recreation and tourism in the region, and completing it with a visioning session. The completion of this roadmap is anticipated in December of 22. That's this year, which will give us all of those deliverables that I mentioned before. And there are many, many organizations involved in this. Some of the key contractors we're working with are the Center for Responsible Travel, Better Destinations LLC, and the Travel Foundation, which are also doing work in other communities like ours across the country that are making the shift from purely marketing to, again, stewardship and destination management, and really trying to plan out how we manage visitation here in the region. So as our organization moves forward, we're going to be implementing stewardship policy priority programming, which focuses on creating community feedback loops and discussion forums to surface community challenges and priorities, convening regional partners to determine highest priorities, common projects, and opportunities to leverage each other. We'll utilize and leverage TBID and Management District Plan, TOT Committee, and CAP Committee funds and processes to implement improvement projects, and communicate with businesses, residents, and visitors about project processes, impacts, and obtain any feedback so that we can improve the processes as we go forward. As we move into our final category of our transition, which is staffing, we're currently hiring for 3 key leadership positions in the organization: the VP of Tourism, Marketing, and Sales, the Director of Destination Management, and the Director of Finance. As we get those positions implemented and seated, we'll have other support positions that are going to be hired so that we can round out the team. And I will say it's a little bit of work, and I would give my hats off to the current team at the NLTRA. There's about 4 of us in there now, and our full build out calls for 14. So we are spread a little thin, and I'm so grateful for my team. And as well, I will say I'm grateful for my board. We have some key board members who are very participatory when we need them to be. And I couldn't be more grateful for that. And lastly, to wrap up, just to give an overview of some recent successes that the NLTRA has been involved in and that are huge wins for us in our community. The 3rd and 4th of July celebrations this year in North Lake Tahoe, shifting to drone shows. I would also acknowledge the Tahoe City Downtown Association and the North Tahoe Business Association and their efforts to help bring drone shows to our community. As we looked at planning our 4th of July celebrations, knowing that we had taken 2 years off from celebrating due to COVID restrictions, we couldn't have been more excited to bring them back. This is key to summer experience here in Tahoe. I mean, you can come and not have a 4th of July celebration, but to be here and experiencing this with everybody in our community is a fantastic thing. So in bringing them back, we asked ourselves some key questions around how we move forward with them and what destination stewardship truly means. And we took a look at the impacts and kind of decided that maybe we should take a look at drones. You know, the impacts of traditional pyrotechnics. We know that there's a possible water quality and lake clarity issue with that, which the lake is our #1 resource here that we want to own and protect. Other impacts were air quality, and then auditory impacts. I mean, we all know what happens to our animals at home when 4th of July fireworks go off. Our animals go crazy. I can't imagine what happens in the woods when that's happening. So to reduce that footprint is important to our environment. And lastly, I think, and maybe even most importantly, is the potential for anything possibly to go wrong and create a wildfire in our area. I mean, we all know that one spark anywhere at Placer County at any time can potentially generate a wildfire. And that is our really biggest concern with having lit pyrotechnic fireworks in our area in the middle of the summertime with large visitation in the basin. The last thing we would ever want to do is have an accident that ends up with a wildfire incident. So backing it up, just really excited to have that here. Other wins that we're excited about are Tahoe City and Kings Beach downtown core lighting project funding. Both TCDA and NTBA came to us for funding to complete some core downtown revitalization lighting experience, and we were able to grant that funding to them. As you'll see later in your agenda, we had the NLTRA over the course of the last year, due to reduced staffing and expenditures associated with that staffing, returned some TOT to Placer County, and we're able to make recommendation to Board of Supervisors to utilize some of that funding for workforce housing incentive programming in Eastern Placer County, which is incredibly exciting. Again, a short-term need and impact. Workforce housing has both, short-term potential projects, medium potential projects, and long-term projects, as we all know. But to get this $500,000 out there so that we can incentivize homeowners is incredibly important to just getting some more housing generated for our workforce in the region. And your support of that would be greatly appreciated later today. We also recommended some of the TOT to go to the Tart Connect funding in the amount of $380,000, which I believe you voted on previously. Thanks for the nod there, Stephanie. And then, of course, one of our big celebrations is the passage of Measure A and its success and what it's going to mean to our future here in North Lake Tahoe. So with that being said, that's our kind of report on where we are at the moment in our transition. And thank you for your support and again for being here for quarterly meetings and interacting with us in Eastern Placer County. And there's going to be more to come from the NLTRA. Happy to take any questions or comments you may have.
Thanks so much, Tony. Appreciate the report. Board members, any questions? Supervisor Holmes.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Thank you, Tony. This is a very refreshing update. And I'm just looking forward to the organizational change that comes in the next few years. It really, really is exciting to look forward to. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing other lights up. Tony, I had a quick question. So much of our visitation is day use. And I know there's tools out there that your marketing folks know a lot about that I know this much about. But I know when I arrive in destinations, they know I'm there. They send me a text message. It would be great if we could work with our partners to establish that for messaging on stewardship, but also for potentially showing them different locations to go to when we have peak visitation and getting them to sign up for Placer Alert. Most of our visitors don't know, and if there ever were a winter storm where the power went out or a summer situation where we needed to evacuate due to a fire or something else, we need to get people signed up to Placer Alert. Most of the time, they don't know what county they're in. Sometimes they don't know which state they're in when they get in the Tahoe Basin. And that might be with their state of mind, but it also could be geographic challenges. So I'd really like to see your organization push forward and be leaders on that. You're well equipped with the resources you have, and I feel like this destination deserves the visitors to understand what they're coming to and how they can take care of it and help us, because there's such an animosity between, as you know, our locals and our visitors. And our visitors take many shapes, sizes, forms, day visits, overnight visits, friends of family that arrive that are using somebody's home. So we don't have a way to message them through short-term rentals, but they are visitors to the area, and how we can get that messaging out.
So the alert system itself, I'll speak to that real quick on some of the efforts that we do currently make. So that is embedded in our traveler responsibility pledge. So there's a link to the alert system in that pledge. So that's one way we do reach it.
And how do visitors get the traveler's pledge?
They go to gotahoenorth.com.
So they have to go somewhere.
They have to go
what
somewhere.
I'm suggesting is
Yes.
we need to change that.
Yeah.
Because they don't know where they are even to go to a website, right? Or at least get them to the website. Somehow we've got to.
So we do in-market. We do in-market targeted purchasing and advertising that shows up. Like, so if somebody comes in and they surf on their mobile, some of that advertising will pop up and link to that site. Now, I don't have click-through information with me at the moment. I would
Yeah.
have to defer to my marketing team on that. But certainly, and I do hear what you're saying, Supervisor Gustafson, the importance of having that information out as much as we can possibly get. It is probably the key and number one thing that we need to get out there,
Yeah.
and something we'll be pursuing.
I think people just need that education. Many of them don't know. And we need to, kind of adopt that policy of teaching them and educating them on the environment and where they are and, what the risks are, whether it's bears entering a house or whether it's leaving garbage in cars. Some things are mundane, other things are very critical to fire evacuation and other evacuations. So,
Completely. And that's how we become the best stewards of our community that we possibly can.
yeah, thank you.
Certainly.
Appreciate your efforts on that.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, any other public comments on this item?
Good morning,
Good morning.
Sheriff Gustafson, and other board members. Just a couple of things. One is Tony's only been with us for a few months, and I'm personally just really impressed with that presentation, what he's grasped, what he's integrated, and what he's put forward. So thank you, Tony. Huge effort there. I want to thank you as a board. You really set us up for success with the 5-year agreement and then the passage of the T-bid. Can't believe it's 1 year into the T-bid, but here we are. So thank you for that. And I also wanted to do a special thank you to Stephanie Holloway and her team. They have just been extraordinary, helping Tony get up to speed, helping us keep moving forward. Just really have been fantastic. So thank you for all of that, Stephanie. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for all the thanks. Any other public comments on this item? Not seeing any in the room, any on Zoom. We'll keep up the good work and appreciate your leadership, Tony, and joining the team
Chair.
and all the efforts moving forward.
Chair, sorry, we
Yes.
just had a late.
hand.
Oh,
Okay.
it went back down now.
Is there somebody on Zoom who'd like to address the board?
Let's. Give me 1 second.
If you'd like to address the board, raise your hand on Zoom.
Janet, did you want to make comments on this item?
Yes, I did. Tony, it seems to me that you are doing everything digitally on the computer. Now, as somebody who first came to Tahoe, I maybe went into the computer to reserve a week at a hotel or a couple of days somewhere. But I did spend a lot of time on the computer investigating Tahoe, except maybe the few places I had chosen to visit. My question is, do you coordinate with the Chamber of Commerce? What about a visitors bureau? How about we get the word out to every single realtor who does short-term rentals with a short list of rules, such as bears? I have recently been up there. Within 15 minutes, I saw 2 bears. They know how to open up car doors. They do know how to open up refrigerators if they get into a home. They are smarter than we want to think that they are. So that caution, there are bears, what to do. There are certain very important items in addition to alerts and where to go to get the alerts, that as somebody who pretends I'm just visiting and know nothing about Tahoe, Tahoe people really need to know, and we do not have, people don't usually go into the computer to look for rules and regulations. So we have to have some way to get that information to them. And I'm hoping that will be a project for, say, over a period of years. Thank you. That was my comment.
Great. Thank you, Janet. Any other public comment?
I see none.
Okay. Tony, you came back up. Did you want to address that?
Yeah, I believe she mentioned my name correctly, so I'm
Yeah.
happy to respond a little bit and say, so we are, the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association is the Chamber of Commerce, so we have direct relations with all of our businesses in the region, do transmit this information to them routinely. And as well, would just point out too, we understand that there are a diverse amount of people out there who prefer to interact not just digitally, but in many different formats, as well as many of us like to do that in person. So we do have a visitor center 365 days a year in Tahoe City to provide all of those hand-to-hand interactions, as well as during the summertime prime season from now through Labor Day weekend, we have a daily pop-up tent at the Kings Beach State Recreation Area that we host as an information center as well. And we do, during peak season, upwards of 300 or 400 interactions a day at both of those sites. So a good amount of information is exchanged there, and people can come and see us and learn all of these topics there as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Great report. Appreciate the update. With that, we'll move on to item number 7 on our agenda. And this is the Tahoe Truckee Area Regional Transit Connect Pilot Program Report. Jamie Wright is here. And Jamie, thanks again for the shuttle and the bus yesterday. It really helped with parking management at the site. Was a little lacking, but that wasn't due to you.
We'll work on that next time. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Jamie Wright, and I am the Public Works Manager for Transit Services here in Placer County. I am here today to give you an overview of the Tart Connect program that we completed for fiscal year 21-22. On June 14th, your board approved the contract for fiscal year 22-23 to bring this program back next year. So we promised you we would come back today with an update on the program, our successes, some things we looked at changing, and kind of the future of the program. Tart Connect is an app-based, on-demand transit program that we have launched in North Lake Tahoe. We are doing this in partnership with Washoe County, who launched over in Incline Crystal Bay. And then most recently, the town of Truckee has launched the Tart Connect program, actually just the other day on June 25th for the summer over in Truckee. So it is not only app-based, but customers can call and request a ride for service as well. Here is a map of our current Tart Connect zones. So as you can see, the Tart Connect services cover all along the lakeside of the basin, from Crystal Bay, Incline Village, all the way down to Sugar Pine Point on the west shore. And then we also service out to our resort destinations, both in Olympic Valley and in North Star. Here's a heat map just to kind of show you guys the connection between Tart fixed route service as well as the Tart Connect microtransit service. In the light shaded gray, you'll see that is our 1/4 quarter mile from our fixed route line. You'll see where the program's been extremely successful. The pickup and drop-offs are a bit outside of that 1/4 mile from our fixed route. So it kind of shows the connection up into our neighborhoods and getting down into the mainline zones. I'll give you an overview of what we did both in peak season and non-peak season this past year. We will be duplicating that into 22-23. So as you are aware, it's branded as a service of Tart. It was provided by the Tahoe Downtowner LLC. This is the same group providing the service in Olympic Valley for the Mountaineer program. So they already had staffing vehicles in our region. It was very easy
for us to get into a very quick moving contract with them last summer. They've done a very good job, and we look forward to continuing our partnership with them this next year. As I mentioned, it was an app-based on-demand transit service with a goal of a max wait time of 15 minutes. Once you requested a ride, we would be there within 15 minutes of your request. We have been successful with that goal. It did provide point-to-point connections within the zones, and it also provided connections to our fixed route services, which took you outside of the zones. We saw a lot of use both within the zones as well as those connecting out on our mainline fixed route services. Both our summer and winter peak season services ran between the hours of 8 a.m. and midnight, 12 a.m. And that was for all zones in the peak season, with the exception of our resort zones. We ran those in the evenings on Friday and Saturdays between the hours of 5:30 and 10:30. We really did that to look at how it would have our night services running on our fixed route service as well. So this offered an opportunity to see how many people would use it to maybe go connect to dinner, kind of within the first part of their connection zones, whether it be within Tahoe City or Kings Beach. We did not get as high of ridership within those zones, but we continue to work with our partners and marketing coordinators to kind of also share those services with constituents and users. The peak season service had a max of 11 vehicles and 15 vehicles with the resort destinations included. Our non-peak season was really a very similar service, but we only ran in the evening hours. So we ran and we somewhat, due to our own staffing issues on our fixed route service, we opted to go ahead and run the service in the evening only. And that ended up being very successful in our non-peak season. So it really helped with the first mile, last mile alternative for many of our workers still getting home in the evening, as well as those trying to get out and do recreational type things, whether it be dinner or whatever they were looking to do. The operating cost for all zones, including Washoe County, was $2,658,440 for the 21-22 season. In your packet, you can kind of see a breakout per season and per zone, whether it was Placer County or Washoe County. Our total ridership, this was actually put together back in May. So our total ridership as of yesterday, the 27th, is actually up to 212,646 riders. So we've even increased beyond the 199,870 on your screen there. So just in the last little over a month in our spring service, we've doubled the ridership that we saw just in the beginning of May. So it continues to be a very good program and accepted both with our local residents as well as our visitors coming into the area. Here's just a quick snapshot of the ridership by zone. As you guys can see, the Washoe County zone continued to do very well. When you looked back at the heat map, they had a lot more of their neighborhood stretching out a fixed route, which I think drove a lot of their ridership. Their zone also has everything you would kind of need within the zone. So you have your residential, your banks, your grocery stores, all of that kind of within that zone. The Tart Connect productivity. So when we look at how successful a program may be in public transit, we look at the average passengers per vehicle service hour. And so with Tart Connect, you can see we are up anywhere between 5 and 8 on an average hour, which is increased from our previous presentation that we gave to you this past summer, or I'm sorry, fall on last year's. In comparison to when we look at other on-demand type services, you can see that we continue to outpace other on-demand services within our region. In talking with Gordon Shaw at LSC, it does sound like some of our other competing resort destinations are also seeing very successful ridership numbers like we are, maybe upwards towards 9 passengers per vehicle service hour. So next time we'll give you a comparison on resort destinations as well. This is kind of an interesting statistic as well. The average trip distance within our zones. So those that are looking to take fixed route are generally traveling a much larger distance. Those that are using the Tart Connect are traveling a much shorter distance with their travels. And so you can kind of see the wait times per zone as well. Placer County zones have averaged an average of 12 minutes on wait time, and the Washoe County zone is 13. And then shared rides. This is something we continue to want to increase. We have continued to increase it season over season, but we would really like to see the shared ride percentage get up to maybe 50 at minimum, and probably closer to a 60-70% range. The average passenger experience. So with our surveys that we do put out through the app as well as an email survey, we are able to get kind of feedback on the satisfaction that our customers are experiencing. We do very well. We have a 4.92 rating out of 5, actually across all of our zones. So very well, the perception is good of the service. Our rider profile, just so you guys can kind of see when we look at who's submitting those surveys, that's kind of how we're able to identify the rider profile. So you'll see that 77.54% are full-time residents here in the North Lake Tahoe region using the service. 54% of them are going to work, school, or some type of thing here in the community. So not only has it been adopted by our visitors coming into the region, but really by our residents as well. And then as you can see, about 60% of them are already using Tart fixed route service. So we're converting about 40% into public transit who may have never used it or don't use our fixed route service. And then this is the Tart Connect ridership compared to public transit. So you'll see the Tart bus there in blue, and then you'll kind of see the Tart Connect zones, like combined R2 zones, and the Washoe County zone is sitting over to I'm sorry, that is the total. So I've combined them and then given you a total as well. So you'll see that we have a 20% increase over what we were carrying pre-COVID, which is great for public transit in our region. Cost per passenger, which we get asked quite often for Tart Connect, is about $15.93 within Placer County zones in comparison to our Tart fixed route service, which is about $10.39. Almost very comparable. So as we continue to gain momentum with this program, I think you'll see those numbers come down a bit too. Program changes and lessons. So when we initially launched the program in summer of 2021, we had zones that did not necessarily connect between Tahoe City and Kings Beach. And we did leave out an area over in Carnelian Bay, which also encompassed Garwood's, which is a very popular restaurant in our area. In fall of 2021, we did go ahead and expand the zones encompassing that area, which has been very successful. We also added resort zones servicing those areas on Friday and Saturday evenings during peak season. In non-peak season, they are part of our larger zones, but our wait times are also extended when we extend those zones. We moved our connection point in Tahoe City for the Tahoe City, Tahoe Vista zones from Dollar Hill actually down into Carnelian Bay. And so now we have a little more mileage on our Tahoe City side, but we're seeing more ridership on our Kings Beach side. So it's all worked out very well to have moved that service over. The connection to fixed route, we learned this winter is very crucial to the success of the service overall. We, due to our own staffing issues with regional fixed route, we were kind of overwhelming our Tart Connect service at times with people kind of doing the travel all the way across the North Shore. So we've learned really quickly. It was important to keep the zones small and have that fixed route service that did the longer trips for our constituency. The app-based technology has been adopted by a wide range of users. That was a big concern for us at first, as to how available would it be with cell phone service and things like that around here. Who will use it, who won't? We've had most of our users using the app-based technology. We do have a desire for advanced booking technology. We are currently working with the vendor to implement that. So that will be new to 23. And going into 22-23, we will continue to operate peak and non-peak services. Our peak services will operate between the hours of 8 a.m. and 12 p.m. or midnight. Our non-peak will operate between the hours of 6 p.m. and 10 p.m. Our resort zones in the peak season will operate on Friday and Saturday evenings between the hours of 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. We did move the time for those back a half hour just to kind of coordinate better with our fixed route service and when people were really using it. This year, we actually, in partnership with the Resort Association, have included funding for special event operations. So when we bring in large events here in the region and we need some additional services, we do have some funding available to go ahead and implement additional services. And then the technology enhancements, we will be looking to implement the advanced booking technology, but also now within the app, again, with our partnership with the Resort Association, we've been able to implement real-time tracking of our fixed route service. So it's not ready yet, but in the coming months, when you use the Tart Connect app and you request a ride, it will actually give you options. So if fixed route is better for you and we're coming with our big bus, it's going to say, here's your use this option. It's going to be here in 2 minutes. If you would still like to go ahead and book your Tart Connect, you would then have that option to do that. So that will be a big change for us to really kind of marry fixed route and on demand and give people the best opportunity for them to travel in a timely manner. Program goals for 22-23, we would like to increase the percentage of shared rides. We would like to maintain a user experience of at least 4.92 or better for all zones. Increase awareness of Tart fixed route services and the connections between on-demand and fixed route. Evaluation of the Tart fixed route and on-demand service into the future. And then continued partner collaboration. As I mentioned at the beginning of our presentation, we have worked with our partners over at the town of Truckee, and they have launched Tart Connect over in the town as of June 25th. It is a pilot for them. They will be offering it through the summer. So I think we'll continue to work with them on a possible RFP process this year, heading into 23-24. We continue to work with Washoe County, Washoe RTC, as well as the Incline Village Crystal Bay Visitors Bureau, and deploying service over in that zone through our interlocal operating agreement with Washoe County. And here is the budget for 22-23. The Placer County zones are budgeted at $2,001,000. And so that is what we have budgeted, and that is what you approved on June 14th for Washoe County. I'm sorry, for Placer County. Washoe County continues to be funded by a collaborative funding group over there that we work with. And with that, I will take any questions that you may have.
Thanks, Jamie. I really appreciate the results and the report. Supervisor Wygant.
Excuse me. Thank you for a great report. On slide 14, I think it is, you talked about the increased percentage of rides shared. And I think you said your target was about 50%. So finance in me, I guess I'm curious, I'm curious as to your thought process for that. It must have a significant impact on the cost per mile per rider, et cetera.
For us, it is more about reducing VMT and reducing the number of cars that we have out on the road. And even the Tart Connect vans, if we are not combining the trips, we have the van kind of doing multiple trips back and forth to maybe the same destination. We would like them to put all of those people on one trip and take them into town. It may, degrade the level of service where we're, instead of having a 15-minute wait time, we have a 25-minute wait time. And that's how we'll be able to get more people on a single van and kind of meet those goals.
A lot of that would be sort of behavioral in the sense that if I'm leaving a restaurant and I'm getting ready for a ride, I can certainly anticipate about the time I'm getting ready to leave. And you could, through education, I think I could see some real progress occurring with all of that.
Yeah. And the app-based technology really helps us with that as well. And so kind of us looking at service levels and how we want to kind of have service levels at an acceptable level, but also encourage the shared ride usage through the app technology.
Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions, board members? I really appreciate the advanced technology because as we've discussed and I've shared with you, I want to go out to dinner and I want to use the Tart Connect when I do that. But, I just need to be able to say, hey, I have a 7:00 reservation when, because sometimes they'll be there in 5 minutes, sometimes it's 30 minutes out, and then you go, well. So if you really want visitors to use it, if they can plan their trip and know when they're going to dinner, once you're there, you can hang out a little while
Have an
longer and
extra
wait.
drink,
But you
yes.
can't miss your reservation or they give up your table. So appreciate that. Do we know how many apps have been downloaded?
I can get that information.
That would
yes.
be great to know how many people have that. And as we were talking about earlier with the Resort Association, how we get the visitors to know more and more about the use of this through, more public education and campaigns, whatever efforts they're doing, if they can push that out as well. We were talking about it earlier, just getting that QR code, right? We're all used to it, but where can we have those so that people walk by it and go, oh, I should get that.
Yes.
As they're walking through town or shopping using our facilities. So, but great report, Jamie. Appreciate the update. Great results. I know that those who use it are still, I think many of them, not traditional Tart bus mainline users. And so, and they're so impressed when they use it. I got a text the other day I haven't shared with you yet from a second homeowner's son who said, oh my gosh, this is so great. So anyway.
Those great stories. We enjoy hearing them for sure.
Yes, absolutely. And thanks for the changes you made, I think, and look forward to, again, adaptive management as we move forward.
That's right.
Is there any public comment on this item? Okay, great. Thank you, Jamie.
Thank you.
We're going to try to push and get the rest of our timed items done before we take a lunch break. So see how quickly we can go. Our next item was our 11 o'clock timed item, and this is the proposed revisions to the Workforce Housing Preservation Program. Hi, Devin.
Hello. Good afternoon, supervisors. So I'll try to make this quick. I know you guys have had a long day already. So we are bringing forward revisions to the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, following on from a board discussion during the May 24th meeting. So I'll do a quick overview of the program. As you know, the program provides grants to homebuyers in the East Placer area. That's the Tahoe Truckee School District geographic boundaries. This is up to $150,000 or 16% of the sales price of the home in exchange for a deed restriction to keep it for local workers only. And the goal is to create the second market exclusively for our local workforce. So currently, we've launched. We launched back in July of 2021. I'm happy to say we had our first deed restriction recorded. We had another in escrow. Unfortunately, they had some problems with the primary lender. The amount was just a little bit too much for that primary lender to lend to them. So we're hoping that they can find another house at a slightly lower price and get them back into the program. But we're hopeful that we'll be bringing forward a funding request at a future date as we change these program guidelines to make them more applicants eligible. So a quick reminder about the May 24th board meeting. We had identified several challenges that the program was facing. First, that the 245% median income requirement was creating this hole where there were 1 and 2 person households that were over that income requirement, but were not able to afford the sales price. And that graph there shows that the home prices were still out of reach even for these individuals and households. And then another issue was our program guidelines required that you not have owned a home in the past 12 months, which meant that individuals who might own a home in Auburn or Reno and work in the North Tahoe Truckee area were not eligible for the program. And then finally, we identified an issue where some employees don't meet that 30 hours per week standard by virtue of their work schedule. So this is teachers where they don't work over the summer. So to address this, we're bringing forward these proposed changes. I'll go through them. The first is removing that area median income requirement and moving towards just the local worker restriction. So anyone who is a local worker is able to apply for the program and get that deed restriction. And we're hoping that this will get more houses deed restricted as we go forward and allow those kind of homes to get that second market to be created. The second change is to remove the home ownership exclusion. So allowing anyone who has owned a home previously to sell that home and move there. And partially this is because nearly 60% of the people who work in the Tahoe Truckee Unified School District boundaries live outside of it. This would also help our employers attract desirable workforce into the area. If they could say, hey, you can sell your home and you can, we have a program that can help you find housing in the area. We've also refined our occupancy criteria. So now there are kind of 3 ways that you can demonstrate full-time employment. The first is still through the pay stubs that demonstrate 30 hours per week on average. But then there's also an employer certification. So this is an employer submits a letter stating that this employee works full-time for them. And then additionally, for people who are self-employed, they can demonstrate through yearly revenue. And this would be through consistent invoices, payments that we could verify that they are working full-time. We also added in some language to help clarify processes and increase our penalties. So we added in language that just clarifies when you're reselling that you have to come tell the county first, how you tell the county, how we process that, and how we qualify the buyer. We also increased the penalty from a 3% penalty on the grant amount to a 10% penalty. And the idea here is to disincentivize anyone from using our program, waiting a couple of years for their home to appreciate in value, and then turn around sell to a Google employee and then pay the penalty. No problems there. So it's to kind of strengthen those penalties. And then finally, a clarification that non-occupant co-borrowers are allowed under our program. So thinking about households who they might have a parent or a family member who's a co-signer on their loan, that's allowed as long as the household occupying it meets the standards of the program. We did talk about some possible revisions that weren't brought forward in this. This is our cash offer option, our deed restriction for current homeowners, and then also a program to assist employers. We are not bringing them forward at this time. We may bring them forward as a possible revision, but these still need some work. So what we're asking today is for the board to adopt a resolution revising the Workforce Housing Preservation Program guidelines. And I'm happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks, Devin, and thanks for making it brief because we'd already given some direction previously. Are there any board member comments? I just had one. Can you remind me what happens in the example you gave? This is a 3 to 10% penalty, but don't they also have to pay back?
Correct. So this would be in addition to the amount that they would pay back. So if they took $100,000 was the grant amount, they would have to pay 10% on top of it.
Wasn't there another penalty though for exiting the program?
It's a financial penalty, unfortunately. So
no, but I mean, as far as paying back the program from, I thought there was another way that we adjusted.
So it would function similar to a loan where like the interest rate is the 10% interest rate on top of the amount that they would have to pay back. So it's a we essentially record, in addition to our deed restriction, a promissory note that states the amount of the grant and then states in event of non-compliance, this was what would be due and payable. And then at that point, it would essentially function as someone calling a loan due. And so any of the interest at 10% accumulated that at that date would be on top of any grant that we gave them.
Yeah, I think that Vail indeed had some sort of other stipulation, and we don't need to take time today because obviously you're not bringing that forward today for our consideration, but I may want to dive in a little deeper because I do think people could game the system, and a 10% penalty if you're making $500,000 on a $100,000 loan and the way things are appreciating, that wasn't our intent.
Correct.
And so we want to make sure that those houses, if they choose to take it out, they pay it back with interest, but also relative to the market that it would be in, right? So I thought Vail had another way they went about it, not just the penalty, but I could be wrong because I don't work in this every day like you do.
And we can check with Vail again.
Yeah.
They've been making changes to their program as well.
Because you do see, yeah. Unfortunately, our best intents and there's workarounds to have people game the system and want to make sure that doesn't happen. Robert.
So on that note, I'd be interested too, and what I'd like is an example. Walk us through the finances of somebody going through this process and what the penalties are and how they are plugged into that, because I could see them being interpreted in a couple of different ways, but I'd like to see that same thing, an example of what happens through this process with the penalty applied.
Okay. Yeah. And thankfully, Crystal was able to give me to it. So in the event of non-compliance, it's the greater of the original deed restriction and interest calculated at 10% per year from the date annually, or the original deed restriction plus interest calculated at the rate of the appreciation on the fair market value of the house. And it's whichever is greater.
Okay. So if the home appreciated by 50%,
that would be, yeah.
That would be what you'd pay, which then is a great disincentive to game the system. Okay. Yeah, 10% when we're at 6% interest rates now it sounded big when we were at 2% interest, but interest rates. Robert, did that?
Yep, that's perfect.
great.
But I'd still like to see it.
Yeah.
Sure, and
yeah.
we can provide that, yeah.
Okay, great. I don't see any other questions from the board. Is there any public comment on this item? I don't see any in the room. Any online? Okay. So we have a resolution to adopt the revised Workforce Housing Preservation Program guidelines. Do I have a motion? I have Wygant and Holmes very quietly. All those in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, and thanks for going quickly. Emily, you're up next, and this is our Community Development Resource Agency East Placer Lease to Locals Pilot Program.
Hello, we will be efficient for that lunch break. This is Emily Setzer, Senior Management Analyst with Community Development Resource Agency in Tahoe. I am here with Colin, Frolic, and Kai from Landing Locals. They are the founders and CEO of the company who we will be partnering with. There's a slight change of plan today. We're going without a PowerPoint, so we will try to be captivating in our verbal presentation for you. So I'll just go over a quick overview and then hand it off to Colin, and then he'll turn it back to me to wrap up and go through action items. So this Lease to Locals program is really a cash incentive program targeted at East Placer homeowners in order to incentivize them to rent to local workers. They are able to rent for seasonal leases of 5+ months or for long-term leases of more than 12 months. And then the main criteria here is that at least 50% of all the adult tenants in the household must be locally employed. So similar to the Workforce Housing Preservation Program, we're relying on that local worker requirement. We're not tying income to this program because we need so much housing up here. We will be asking for tentative approvals of this today and return in July for final approvals along with a budget amendment. I'll go through that in more detail at the end of this presentation. But given, assuming tentative approvals today and formalized approvals in July, we will plan to begin this program and launch it on August 1st, so we can catch the end of the summer housing rush here. So now I'll hand it over to Colin to go through details of the program. They've had experience in Truckee, South Lake Tahoe, and many mountain town communities in Idaho and Colorado. So they're really well-versed in this program.
Thanks, Emily. Hi, Colin.
Hello, thank you for having me today. My name is Colin Froelich. I'm here with my wife and co-founder of the company, of Kai Froelich. I'll start with a little bit about our mission of our company. As Emily mentioned, we're operating in multiple tourist towns across the country. So we started this company to help solve the housing crisis in tourist towns by using existing housing stock and unlocking it for local rentals. We do that through our online platform. So think of it as Airbnb, but for local rentals. And we connect and play matchmaker between second homeowners and short-term rental owners and local employees and employers seeking housing. And our real pivot in our business in the last 2 years has been partnering with local jurisdictions to provide cash incentives to increase the likelihood that a homeowner would participate in our program. So what we're going to talk about today is sort of the evolution and results we've seen in the Lease to Locals programs, and then a specific breakdown of how it's going to work in East Placer County. So the idea of the program, as I said, is to take existing housing stock and convert it into a new long-term rental for local employees. And what that allows local governments to do when they participate is to unlock critical missing middle housing inventory. So this is traditionally for the moderate income household bracket. That's where we've seen most of the housing placements happen. As Emily mentioned, we're live with this program in Truckee, which we'll talk about in depth here in a minute, as well as South Lake Tahoe, Breckenridge, Colorado, Summit County, Colorado, and we were just last week in Blaine County, Idaho, which is where Sun Valley, Ketchum, and other very similar makeup in terms of housing stock and housing need. And so we've sort of really shifted our whole business into this model where we provide a public-private partnership and an extension of the local government and housing departments and let them expand their reach, but can be a very nimble, flexible implementation partner. And so, what we want to share today, first and foremost, is the results in our longest running program, which has been Truckee. So it launched in November of 2020 and has been active since then. We've taken several revisions based on COVID and the real estate boom to make it a more lucrative incentive program for homeowners. We've unlocked 56 units or 104 bedrooms total and housed 112 people. And each one of those represented about a $3,000 incentive per bedroom provided to the homeowner. And it ranged from rooms to ADUs and studios up to 3 and 4 bedroom homes to kind of reflect the housing stock that we have. And the incentive program in Truckee was just modified one more time recently, and effective July 1st, the incentives will go up to $18,000 for a whole home to convert for a year for 4 regional employees. And so what we've done with that program and working with staff in Placer County is to develop and devise a program that's localized and specific for East Placer County's both housing needs and housing stock. And so when we talk about the actual specifics of the program, the property, it can either be a whole home or a room, has to be located in the TOT boundaries of East Placer. The maximum rent that can be charged through the program to control for affordability is $3,500 per month. And the leases can either be seasonal, which would be 5 or greater months, up to 11 months and 29 days, or it can be a 12-month lease, which is considered a long-term tenancy. The incentive amounts vary based on the number of people that you house, local employees, and the length of the lease. So it starts as low as $2,000 for one local employee who would be placed for a seasonal lease, up to $24,000 for a group of roommates or a larger family that would be a long-term lease. So it's kind of based on the actual amount of people that are housed, and the incentives are not paid out unless the lease is signed and the tenants move in. It's also paid out in 2 installments, so half of it up front and half of it at the end of the lease. We do a compliance check at the beginning, middle, and end of the lease. We are also, as part of the administration, providing reporting, auditing. We hope to come back and report on this regularly to you. And similar to the previous presentation, come back with revisions. We've done that in every jurisdiction that we've operated in. We are nimble and flexible and want to adapt in real time. But we are benefiting today by having done 4 or 5 revisions of an existing program. So we're at a place now we feel very confident in our program guidelines, compliance, and auditing. And we feel that this program will have a very quick and efficient impact to unlock housing now, and it will dovetail very nicely into housing preservation programs that are being developed or that are live. And that is really our sort of sweet spot, is in the unlock, and to hopefully align to existing or new programs that are brought up for the area through staff and brought to you. So I'll hand it back to Emily.
So I'll just go through the budget of this. This is a 1-year program. We're kind of testing this out as a pilot program for our region that can be extended with board approval. Like Colin mentioned, we will check in and monitor this program closely and be able to adaptively manage it if the board wished to continue it. We could take those factors into consideration. This program will be funded with $500,000 from the unallocated reserve transient occupancy tax funds. We did go to the North Lake Tahoe Resort Association on May 4th, and we requested their recommendation to use those funds. So Tony did mention that earlier in his presentation. That amount includes a $95,000 contract with Landing to fully administer and market the program for 1 year. So due to today being the adoption of the budget and we're transitioning between fiscal years, we did not bring that budget amendment forward today, but we will bring that forward on July 12th. At that time, we will also ask for final action item approvals of these action items for today. So given that, today's action request is tentative approval to adopt a resolution approving these program guidelines for the Lease to Locals East Placer program, and to approve an agreement with Landing Inc. for marketing and implementation of the program in the amount of $95,000 for a 1-year period. And again, this is just a tentative request today. We'll be back in July alongside that budget amendment seeking final approval, and we'll be on track to launch and implement the program on August 1st.
Thank you, Emily. Board members, do you have questions or comments? Colin and Kai, thank you so much for bringing this program to our region. I know Truckee raves about it, and I know we have strong support from our business community, and look forward to moving this forward July 12th. But in the meantime, giving it tentative approval. We don't have a motion that we take for tentative approval.
No, you're taking.
But first public
Well, first-
comment.
Right.
Yes.
And yes, you will be taking.
A motion of
a motion
tentative.
of Tentative.
Okay, thank you. All right, well then we'll look for public comment on this item. Okay, then we'll come back for a motion for tentative approval. Yeah, Janet, yes, she called earlier about housing programs, and then she spoke on an earlier item with Tony when at the Resort Association. She isn't still online that I see.
She is still on Zoom.
Janet, did you want to speak on this item? I think it was Janet that spoke under public comment and wanted to talk about housing.
I'm surprised. I have recently signed
Janet,
a.
I'm sorry, can you
well,
give your name for the record?
My name is Janet Norcott.
Okay.
I've recently signed a 12-month lease to somebody who will be working in trucking. Never thought about incentives. I probably won't take advantage because the incentive was not my intention. I believe in this program. I'm so glad that it's structured the way it is because it's important that you protect the environment. And I've noticed over the years, there are a lot of temporary workers coming in, which maybe are here for 3 months and then leave, which is not in the best interest of the area that you are serving. So I hope that this pilot program works. I am not going to apply for any additional incentives or anything. I did what I thought I needed to do, and thank you.
Well, we appreciate you doing that, and we wish more would because we can't build housing fast enough. So opening up and unlocking these doors is really helping us move forward, Janet. So thank you. Are there any other public comments on this item? Okay, then I would accept a motion of tentative approval for. Okay, Wygant and Holmes, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Great. Okay, I'm getting messaging from our board, clerk of the board to keep pushing through on items. Thank you very much for being here, sorry. To keep pushing forward on our items and hold off on a lunch break because we are going to have a rather long closed session. So is that okay with the remainder of the board? We'll try to power through our department items. If any of you faint from lack of food, I will take a break then. How's that? Okay, so we'll move on to our department items. Number 10A, professional services related to IT support with Tech Systems, Inc. And Jerry Rogers is here. There he is. Hi, Jerry.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board, Ms. Christensen, Mr. Schwab. Thank you for taking my item before your break. I'll make this short and sweet for you all. I'm Jerry Rogers with the Placer County Sheriff's Office, and I come to the board asking your approval for a 12-month renewal of existing supplier contract SCN 103930 with Tech Systems, Inc. of Rancho Cordova, California, for professional services related to IT support in the amount of $535,000 for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. Authorized change order authority for the not to exceed amount of $53,000, consistent with the procurement policy, and authorize the purchasing manager to sign all required documents. Funding for the renewal in the amount of $535,000 is included in the Sheriff's fiscal year 2022-23 budget, and there's no additional impact to the general fund. And with that, I'm joined by IT Manager Jerry Silva via Zoom to assist in answering any questions that you may have.
Great. Thank you so much, Jerry. Board members, are there any questions on this item? Okay. Is there any public comment on this item? Not seeing any, then this is a motion. I'd accept a motion.
I'll move approval of the item.
I have Gore and Holmes beat you to it. Suzanne, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, Jerry.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for being patient waiting for us.
Absolutely.
Okay, item 12, page 183 of our packets. This is HHS, Short-Term Crisis Residential Treatment Program.
Good morning, Chair Gustafson and members of the board. This is Amy Ellis with the Adult System of Care. I'm here to ask your approval on an agreement with YOLO Community Continuum of Care, or YCCC, to operate a 14-bed short-term crisis residential program located at the Kirby Hills campus of 101 Kirby Hills Drive, Roseville, California, 95678. As a result of RFP 20277 in a maximum amount not to exceed $3,400,000 from July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2024, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to execute the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments up to $100,000 consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. So this short-term crisis residential treatment program for adult mental health consumers is a voluntary up to 30-day program that often serves to prevent hospitalization or to help step down from involuntary hospitalization for those needing just a little more time. YCCC has been providing crisis residential services to county residents at the Roseville Kirby Hills campus since the award of RFP 10425 on June 16th, 2015. This short-term treatment option offers therapeutic support, linkage to resources, and helps to address challenges for its individual's recovery. Each resident receives medication support, case management, counseling, and discharge planning back into the community upon stabilization. They have 14 beds and can admit both county and privately insured clients. Health and Human Services enlisted the assistance of procurement to develop RFP number 20277 for the selection of a qualified firm to continue to provide crisis residential services at the campus. Firms registered with procurement and they were notified of solicitations. 3 firms downloaded the documents and 1 sole response was submitted by YCCC. A 5-member selection committee reviewed the response in accordance with the evaluation criteria. And based on that review, they selected and determined YCCC as qualified to effectively and efficiently continue to perform the responsibilities defined in the solicitation. No bids or protests were received during the award recommendation. Fiscal funding for this agreement consists of 51% in state and federal funding and 49% in county general funds. All has been budgeted, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate that. Are there any questions, board members?
I have just one
Yes.
question. Amy, how many beds are there at Kirby Hills?
Well, in that particular program, there's 14, but
Not-
then we also
Go ahead.
next door have 16 additional beds of involuntary hospitalization beds.
Okay, so we have 30, is that 30 beds? 40 beds, 30 beds, excuse me. And then 2 different programs, and this is about half of those beds. Thank you, I appreciate that.
No problem.
Any other questions, board members? Otherwise, we'll go to the public for any comment on this. We're not seeing any public comment, so I'd accept a motion. Holmes and Wygant, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? None. Okay, Amy, I think you're up again on this next item 12B.
I am. Good morning again, Amy Ellis. I'm here today to request your board to adopt a resolution to update the list of other professional persons pursuant to Welfare and Institutions Code, sections 5150, 5152, 5585.50, and 5585.55 regarding treatment and evaluation related to involuntary psychiatric holds of adults and minors, and reauthorization of the involuntary psychiatric hold process of Welfare and Institutions Code, section 5270.10. The Placer County Department of Health and Human Services provides mandated mental health services in accordance with the welfare and institution codes. And under these codes, it's necessary for us to designate what facilities and persons other than peace officers have the authority to detain persons who are mentally disordered and a danger to themselves or others, or who are gravely disabled. Health and Human Services desires to add Sutter Health and its identified class of persons as other professionals outside of a designated facility who may, upon probable cause, be able to place somebody in an approved 72-hour evaluation and treatment facility. Any person who is gravely disabled or as a result of mental disorder is a danger to self or others. Further, it's proposed that these other professionals, upon completion of an assessment, they can release involuntary detentions when probable cause is there under code. There are no fiscal impacts as a result of this change, and no county general fund is required. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you, Amy. Are there any questions? I've not seen any. Is there any public comment on this item? Accept a motion? Holmes and Gore? All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Now we're going to move to Twyla on item 12C, Independent Living Program Services.
Good afternoon, Chair Gustafson, Supervisors, Ms. Christensen, Ms. Schwab, Twyla Abrahamson, Director for the Children's System of Care, and I also will be very brief with this item. So Placer County Children's System of Care is responsible for administering an independent living program for youth, including those in extended foster care who are making the transition from foster care to independence. These services include workshops for employment and college readiness, budgeting, hygiene and health, case management, how to obtain and keep housing, and incentives to participate in the program. During the pandemic, there have been an awareness at the state level that youth has needed additional financial aid and additional services to cope with the stress and strain of transitioning to adulthood. This awareness has translated into increased state and federal enhancements of benefits to support the needs of Placer youth. So we're requesting the board take the following action. Approve an agreement with Placer County Office of Education to provide independent living program services for a total amount not to exceed $964,558 for the period July 1, 22 through June 30th, 24. Authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign the agreement and to sign subsequent amendments not to exceed $96,455, consistent with the subject matter and scope of work with risk management and county council concurrence. This multi-year contract includes federal and local revenue realigned funds. This amount is included in our department's budget and will be included in the 23-24 department's budget as well. And it requires no county general fund contribution. So thank you for your consideration, and I'd be happy to answer your questions about this item.
Thank you, Twyla. Any questions, board members? Any public comment on this item? Not seeing any. I heard Supervisor Jones first, so I'll take a second. Supervisor Holmes? Okay, all those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next item, 12D, resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services to execute specified agreements. And this is Vicki. Hi, Vicki. See you on the
Hi,
screen.
thank you, Chair Gustafson, for letting us do our items before lunch. I appreciate that. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Vicki Grenier, Deputy Director of HHS Administrative Services. I'm here today to request the approval to adopt a resolution authorizing the Director of Health and Human Services or designee to execute 42 identified agreements to various HHS services pursuant to the terms contained in the resolution, also known as the HHS Annual Contract Resolution, in the amount not to exceed $6,056,827. HHS administers over 600 contractual agreements, most requiring Board of Supervisors approval. These services include vital and often mandated services such as inpatient psychiatric services, prevention and early intervention, and family resource services. As a significant efficiency improvement over 20 years ago, the Board of Supervisors approved a single resolution process for expenditure agreements. The following criteria for this cycle includes recurring agreements with an annual contract amount of less than $400,000 each, agreements which were originally approved as standalone items by the Board of Supervisors, agreements to be executed with the effective beginning dates during fiscal year 22 to 23, with a term no longer than 2 years, agreements that do not currently require a competitive bid or proposal process, and execution is subject to concurrence with risk management and county council. The attachment identifies all 42 agreements listed at the current contracted amount. The requested amount includes up to a 10% increase to allow for possible changes within the existing scope of services, plus a 10% maximum for potential amendment authority. The services for fiscal year 22-23 are already included in the fiscal year 22-23 budget adopted earlier today. In addition to thanking all of the HHS team members who make HHS contracts possible, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the HHS contracts team. They're very amazing. Kelly Barton, Marissa Carr, Jamie Stout, and Joey Wadowitz, along with their amazing leader, staff services manager, Nancy Baggett, for their hard work on all HHS contracts. Their dedication and diligence do not go unnoticed, and they have demonstrated unwavering service to HHS throughout the last year. I would also like to thank Sarah Poindexter, Gina Olivares, Renju Jacob, Risk Management and Procurement for their continued efforts working with HHS on all contractual agreements, and any other department who's helped us through this process. HHS has the ability to execute hundreds of agreements annually due to this team's excellent contributions, along with contributions of our amazing business and community partners, and with the board's approval. I'm here to answer any questions you may have, and I appreciate your consideration adopting the resolution requested for these valuable HHS services. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki. Board members, are there any questions? Any comments? Any public comment on this item? And accept a motion? Holmes and Gore, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much, Vicki.
Thank you.
Okay, we're moving on now to item 13 on our PPEO, Memorandum of Understanding and Compensation Adjustments.
Thank you,
Hi,
Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Kate Sampson with your Human Resources Department. I am here today with pleasure recommending an agreement with your Placer Public Employees Organization, also known as PPEO. As you're aware, PPEO represents approximately 1,900 employees in our general and professional units. And the county and PPEO have a current labor agreement that extends for just a couple more days until the 30th. And so we've been engaged in collective bargaining in effort to reach a successor MOU. Through an extensive effort over about 3 months and vetting around 60 proposals, I'm thrilled to announce the parties have reached tentative agreement. After tentative agreement, both parties' principals need to approve the agreement for it to be executed. And the PPO membership completed their voting on June 23rd, ratifying the tentative agreement by the negotiating team. And so the final step is for your board to provide its approval. The recommended terms for the MOU align with the board's focus on recruitment and retention in a highly competitive labor market, while also providing for long-term fiscal sustainability. Most importantly, these mutually beneficial negotiations provide for stability of services to the community. I'll briefly highlight a couple of the most key terms in the agreement. It's a 3-year term through June of 2025. In terms of salaries, general wage increases will apply to all classifications in the union, 4% each year, the first of which will occur following adoption. We're recommending the addition of 8 hours of floating holiday for employees' use at their discretion, increasing the Tahoe branch assignment pay to $1,000 per month, and reviewing a classification series and studying pay equity for client services practitioners, bus drivers, and correctional officers. We do propose to maintain the county's current contribution levels to health insurance premiums. And there are a number of miscellaneous allowance adjustments and regulatory compliance items included in the tentative agreement package. Before you for consideration is a resolution approving the terms and authorizing the chair to execute the MOU. I've also proposed an uncodified ordinance that would implement the pay and benefit terms of the agreement for PPO employees. And secondly is an uncodified ordinance that would implement commensurate wage increases for confidential and unclassified non-management employees, which are recommended to you to maintain pay equity at similar levels of classifications. I'd like to highlight that this agreement represents about a $9.8 million additional investment in your workforce next fiscal year, which is significant and indicates the board's support for continued provision of service to the community. So I'd like to thank you for your support and consideration, and also would be remiss if I did not extend my thanks to the negotiating team, not only members of the HR and CEO's office, but of course representatives of PPO and Local 39. So I'm available for any questions you might have.
Thanks, Kate. Appreciate that update and the great work of everybody at the table on this agreement. Any questions? Yes, Robert.
No questions. I just want to echo the great work, Park. It's a big step for us, and congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it.
I'm not seeing others up here. Is there any public comment on the item? Not seeing any here, so I would.
Second.
Holmes and Wygant. All those in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you so much, Kate, and thank you to PPEO and their team. Okay, we are now going to move on. The board is adjourning as the Placer County Board of Supervisors and convening as the Placer Vineyards Park and Recreation District Board of Directors. Andy, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gustafson. Thank you, members of the Placer Vineyards Park and Recreation District Board of Directors. This action before you today is a request to adopt a three-part resolution that first adopts the preliminary budget for the district, not the county, but the Park and Rec District for fiscal year 22-23, declares the appropriations limit for the district at 0, and adopts the Placer County procurement policy as the procurement policy for the Park and Rec District. And a second part to that is to direct staff to file the appropriate notices that are prescribed for Park and Rec districts through the Public Resources Code pertaining to budgets. The Placer Vineyards Park and Recreation District was formed by LAFCO on July 1st of 2021, which is just about to enter its second year of existence. Its purpose is to serve, to give full service, urban level park and recreation service to the Placer Vineyards development that at build out will have 14,000 units roughly and about a population of about 31,000. So it'll provide the urban level services with that district, complete with over 160 acres of parks, 800 acres of open space, 35 miles of trail, recreation center, pool, gymnasium, and programming to go with that. But the district is designed to start small and grow with that population. There's about 200 rooftops out there right now, and it is growing. With the proposed budget for next year, all of the revenue for that budget is intended to be derived from County Community Facility District 2018-3, which is a property tax-based tax for the very purpose of providing maintenance and operation of those amenities at Placer Vineyards as they grow. This will be the first year of actual inventory coming to the district. The expenditures in this year were all related to administrative expenses. In the next year, we expect to bring in $267,984 roughly. That's the fine calculation of that prescribed COLA is contained within the formation document of the CFD, and that will be fine-tuned by the final budget. But we do expect to take in about 3 miles of paved trail, 9.5 acres of roadside landscaping,
about 43 acres of open space during this coming year. So we are going to start issuing contracts for actual maintenance and work on the ground at Placer Vineyards. That CFD also, like all of our new subdivisions in Western Placer and all over, includes a set aside for asset replacement over time and major maintenance. I know that's a topic we're looking at countywide, and that's something we have been thinking about and preparing for in all of our new developments, including Placer Vineyards. The reference to the zero appropriation limits, if anyone's curious, because the district is fully supported through special taxes and does not receive any portion of the ad valorem property tax. That is the reference to the zero appropriation limit of the ad valorem tax. We're also asking that we adopt the Placer County procurement policy so that we do have policy direction on how to make those expenditures to start maintaining things out there. There are a number of other policy initiatives that we'll be taking to your board within the coming months, including the appointment of staff and some other policies that the district will need to adopt. We're working with Council Schwab's office on getting those drafted correctly and making good recommendations before your board. So with that, I will turn it back to the chair for questions and comments, and we would return before August 30th for adoption of the final budget.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions or comments, board members? Okay, any public comment on this item? Okay.
Move approval of the item.
Second.
Thank you, Gore and Wygant. And all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to some public works items. Oh,
Thank you,
yes.
Andy.
We're sorry. You're on it. We are adjourning as the Placer Vineyards Park and Recreation District Board of Directors and reconvening as the Board of Supervisors to hear our Department of Public Works agenda items. Last but not least, Department of Public Works, the Clean Tahoe program.
Thank you, Chair Gustafson, members of your board. I'm Kevin Bell, the Assistant Director of Public Works, and I'm here today to request that your board authorize the County Executive Officer or designee to execute a supplemental services agreement with the Clean Tahoe program in an amount not to exceed $150,000, subject to County Council and Risk Management concurrence. Sorry. So over the last couple of years, and it's been discussed here today a number of times, is the trash and litter issues that we were seeing in our public spaces in Tahoe. A number of actions were taken to try to address that, one of which was implementation of this Clean Tahoe program, which essentially is it's a multi-jurisdiction arrangement. Each jurisdiction has their own agreement, but it includes Washoe County Incline Village General Improvement District, Nevada Department of Transportation, Caltrans, California Tahoe Conservancy, and the town of Truckee, as well as Placer County. For Placer County in particular, the efforts or the scope includes patrolling the town center neighborhoods, specifically Kings Beach and Tahoe City, for litter, responding to complaint calls related to litter cleanup, and offering community cleanup events. And for a few stats, over the last year, they cleaned up 91 incidents of bears digging in the trash or other animals getting into trash. So they cleaned up those 91 issues. They hauled 24 times. They picked up illegal dumping and hauled that up to Cabin Creek. They picked up 612 50-gallon bags of trash just throughout the different communities, and also issued notices to about 122 property owners about trash issues at their property. So it's been a very helpful effort from Clean Tahoe, and part of what they do is they'll go around to the town centers and identify if trash cans are overflowing. They're able to pick up that trash, empty those cans if it's in between the service days that they normally get serviced. So on high demand, high peak times, they're able to provide kind of an additional service to keep those trash cans available for the public. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions your board has.
Thank you, Kevin. Are there any questions? Well, I'll just make a positive comment that I hear great things about this program, this augmentation, and hopefully we won't need it forever. But in the meantime, while we're still trying to address a lot of our issues up here, that we continue this program. Any public comment on this item? Okay, okay, Jones and Wygant, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. We completed that item. We're on to 15B, and Kevin is still standing here. So I think he's standing in for Jared on this one as well, to amend the Placer County Code for mandatory garbage collection and exemptions.
And again, related to garbage issues in the Tahoe area, we amended our ordinance last year related to how exemptions work from the mandatory service requirement for franchise area 3, which is essentially from the summit to the Nevada state line. Historically, mandatory service has been in place since 1972 as a result of the TRPA recommendations and policies. And so this has been in place, but there have been exemptions, or there were historically quite a few people on exemptions. A year ago, a little over a year ago, actually in January, we made some modifications to not allow folks to just get on an exemption and remain on an exemption in perpetuity. So this requires some check-in and some reapplication and documentation that they are not actually going to occupy their home during the period of time that they're requesting an exemption from the service. With that, as we implemented those changes, we identified a couple of issues with the ordinance. One being we have some business owners who also have a primary residence in franchise area 3. So their business and their home are in franchise area 3. There were some discussions with them about, if they are providing an adequate level of service at their business, could they take their home residential garbage to their business, which in a sense, they're already paying for that garbage service. And so that is being proposed to be changed to allow one owner, one residence associated with a business to utilize the business garbage facilities and garbage service rather than having it at their home. There are a few conditions that they have to meet. One being that they have to be in compliance and not have any public health related issues with their restaurant or their garbage service. And then there's a few others that are listed in the staff report. We also had a couple of minor changes to the ordinance, a typo that was corrected or is being proposed to be corrected, as well as franchise area 4. There's a portion of franchise area 4, which is the Forest Hill Divide, that also has essentially mandatory service that was inadvertently removed from the ordinance last year, and so it was re-including that in the ordinance. And it was really a reference to that. It wasn't actually the document that required the mandatory service. There's a separate resolution that was in place and remained in place that required that mandatory service. But this reference we wanted to re-include in the ordinance. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that your board has.
Yes, Supervisor Gore.
Thank you, Kevin. Just a quick question. So I appreciate this change, willingness to be flexible with some business owners. How many properties are we talking about?
It's probably a handful, maybe 10. We've heard from a few, so there may be others who want to take advantage of it once this is implemented, but we've heard from a few.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see others. I want to thank you for adjusting. A lot of these individuals are longtime business owners in our community and aren't the problems that others are. And I appreciate the flexibility with them being able to handle their own until there's an issue.
Yep.
As we say. Okay, thank you, Kevin. Are there any public comments on this item? Okay, thank you. Jones and Gore, all those in favor? Aye. Any abstentions? Any nays? First, any opposition? No, thank you. Okay, item 15C, Grove Street Temporary Signal Update. Good morning, or good afternoon,
All
Ryan.
right, good
Sorry.
afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Gustafson, members of the board. Ryan Decker, Senior Civil Engineer with the Department of Public Works and the Tahoe Engineering Division. Today, we're here to give you a summary and an update on the Grove Street crossing. And with respect to the time, we'll make it an extra summarized summary today. So a quick outline, and we're going to go through the background of this effort, some of our scope that we performed as part of our temporary signal project, and then outline some of the results that we got from it and talk about some of the next steps. So some of the background, I think everybody in the room and especially up on the stage is aware of Grove Street and the high pedestrian volumes, the high congestion and traffic queuing that occurs in that location. Some of the work that's been going on there dates back well before my time, and some of the official documents, the Tahoe City Mobility Plan and road safety audit performed by Federal Highway Administration back in the 2016 timeframe highlighted this as a safety concern and also a traffic congestion issue for the area. We've been working as a department and as a county with our partner at Caltrans. It is their state right away here. So we've been working with them for a long time, as well as the local community, to find the best solutions for this area. There have been several iterations of different ideas that have been contemplated for this area. We have implemented our temporary pedestrian flaggers over the last few years that have been well received. Pedestrian-specific hybrid beacons and different ideas have been thought through, but the latest recommendation from Caltrans was to fully signalize this intersection. So it met warrants for a full signal. And in order for us to really evaluate the effects of that, we decided to move forward with a temporary traffic signal at this location, collect some data, and then come back and make an informed decision on what we should do here. So some of the scope of what went on, it's a little bit tough to see, but if hopefully a lot of you were able to experience it last year. It did go in on July 1st of 2021 after we got an encroachment permit from Caltrans, and it was installed until September 14th of 2021, where we ended up removing them. A couple things that to point out on this, you'll see that there's some interesting kind of those diagonal crossings there. That was a new thing that Caltrans wanted us to try, which is this scramble phase, they call it, where there's a phase only for pedestrians, where all lights are red and pedestrians pretty much have their way with the intersection. So that in tune with everything else, we had a kind of several variables going on at once with this kind of pilot effort here, but you can see a picture there of the temporary signals that were put in at each leg of this intersection. And it took some fine tuning. There were some issues at first with the video detection, picking up false vehicles and causing some issues there, and with some of the timing as well. The latter part of this effort was also affected by the wildfires. So some of the data toward the end was a little bit skewed, but I do believe we got enough to make some informed decisions here. So going into some of the data of the results, the pedestrian volumes, really this chart here is just to show you that pre-signal data that we're using and post-signal or during signal were very evenly distributed. So we're kind of doing more of an apples to apples here. Really the pedestrian scramble configuration with all the pedestrians coming across really extended that pedestrian thing. That was one of the main outcomes of the pedestrian side of this, was just how that extended the time period. Just by removing that, shortening the crossing distance, you could reduce the cycle times by 8 seconds, which doesn't sound like much, but in the grand scheme of a whole busy day, 8 seconds can make quite a big difference. Moving on to the vehicle side, really what we ended up finding out of this was that delays for most of the vehicle movements were either reduced or generally unchanged, except for in one direction. The eastbound direction did show a reduction of a roughly 15% in through capacity. So that's one of the takeaways. Another one that we found on the vehicle front was at Fairway Drive, there was indication that with the signal in place, that did induce some cut-through traffic through the local neighborhood, and that will be a concern that we'll need to consider moving forward. At the same time, we opened a public survey for users to both vehicle drivers and pedestrians and cyclists to provide input on this this effort. I feel like we were pretty pleased with the volume of the response. Somewhat skewed a little bit to the full-time residents, part of that being part of the time of year, moving later into the summer season with this effort. And then some of that also being that, you know, as was mentioned in some of the earlier discussions, just capturing visitors to be able to fill out a survey is always a little more difficult. We did put some QR codes right on the signal mastheads there, try to get people that were using it to go ahead and fill out that survey. And so we did get some input. I think the main things were that the intersection generally felt safer for pedestrians at the temporary signal, but also that they did feel like they had to wait longer. So it was very mixed, very polarizing. A lot of people very for it and a lot of people very against it. Didn't get a lot of the middle ground, just as you don't with survey results usually. This one here just shows that in general, there was a 60-40 split, with 60% saying they didn't feel the signal was a good idea and 40% saying it was. So although, you know, a lot of that is great input, you know, it doesn't always make the final decision. You know, there has to be a traffic safety or traffic analysis that really drives this discussion, but it does show us that we need to continue to outreach to the public, maintain that input, and also sell the idea of improvements for this area and what they should be. So some conclusions. So the key takeaway here that I'll summarize down a little bit is that generally we found that Grove Street itself independently is not really the controlling factor of congestion in the area. So by only focusing on Grove Street, we don't necessarily solve the issue. It's not really a silver bullet just putting this signal in. There are a lot of other areas that are causing this upstream and downstream that would also need to be addressed. Also, really is just that perception of safety. So we did take that into account, and we're going to continue to look at ways to improve the situation out there. So first and foremost is to continue the pedestrian flaggers at this location. So it has a similar effect of helping to kind of platoon these pedestrians so that there's less conflicts and less delay to vehicular movements. So you don't just have one pedestrian after another. The pedestrian flying guards or flaggers do help kind of hold them and platoon them and have people cross on those busy times. We also have the Y roundabout is looking to come through this next summer as part of the Fanny Bridge project in partnership with the Federal Highway Administration. So the effects of roundabouts and losing that signal at the Y will also have an impact on the entire commercial core of Tahoe City. So being able to evaluate what that does to traffic and how we can fit our kind of more comprehensive plan into that, it will be important. Continuing to look at the cut through. So this was performed last summer. This year, there are now speed humps on Fairway Drive. So that will also have an impact on that cut through issue. So we can look at that and see how that is affecting vehicular patterns. Continuing our coordination with Caltrans, and we met with them a couple weeks ago and discussed this project, and really looking, I think, after this effort at a whole network approach for all of the commercial core. So as we said, it's really not just one piece of this that is going to solve it. We have to kind of look at everything holistically. One project that's active is the Tahoe City Downtown Access Project, which is looking at moving some circulation patterns back behind the businesses to get some of those parking movements off of the street, potential reduction in parking on the street around the crosswalks and things like that may also help. And then we're looking at other options for mid-block signals potentially that are synchronized with the Grove Street signal that may be able to more adequately affect the entirety of the situation. So with that, I did want to take a second to recognize Andy Dynkin as the project manager for this effort. Worked very hard to get this through Caltrans and get this in place, and really wanted to thank him for his efforts as well. And with that, I will turn it back and be willing to answer any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Supervisor Jones?
Yes. Could you explain, you mentioned the scramble pedestrian. Could you explain that?
Yeah.
What is that?
So this signal, it is kind of a new thing that Caltrans is looking at utilizing, but this signal then had basically three elements. So there was a vehicular element where you had through traffic on SR 28, east and westbound were given their time period, no pedestrian movements during that. Grove Street was given green light time, same thing, no pedestrian movements, and then all lights went red and pedestrians were allowed to cross diagonally, straight across, everywhere. So they got their own cycle where all vehicular movements stopped during that time period.
Okay.
So that's considered a scramble.
Is that similarly triggered by a push button?
It was activated, right. Right. That cycle would not go if there were no pedestrians activated.
And it's a timed cycle, just like any other pedestrian crosswalk?
It is, yes. Timed based on the length of the crossing, which is the diagonal length, which is longer than a straight over. So
Right.
that's also another takeaway that extended that.
Is that
traffic.
something that is favorable?
You know, I think our main conclusion was that it was not.
Oh, okay.
That in this particular situation, Grove Street itself is skewed to the westbound crossing. It's probably about 60% or so of all pedestrian movements in this intersection. And so it didn't make that much sense. There weren't that many people that crossed on the diagonals or the other legs. So I think that a more standard traffic pattern pedestrian crossing would be more appropriate.
Okay, last summer, we were caught up in that. And midday, there are a gazillion pedestrians trying to go across. And it wouldn't seem efficient to me you have this at all traffic lights. When you have your traffic signals to go this way and your pedestrians have the signal to go this way and everybody wants to make right turns and such. So one holds up the other, or the right turn drivers want to take their right of way, which they don't have, but so I don't know.
Right.
Which way do you think they would be leaning towards? It seems like with the Grove being skewed like that might be more problematic.
It could be. Yeah, it's probably worth some additional assessment. That is one potential avenue for us moving forward, is to attempt this again in the future without a scramble phase. That was one recommendation that's been put on the table, and see what those conflicts are like with these different turning movements. But at least off of Grove Street, a lot of those right turn movements that would conflict with the majority of pedestrians are limited. So it may work in this case to have the more standard, but
okay,
worth more exploration.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't see any others. So I've lived here 40 years. This has been a hot topic for 40 years. Traffic has been the number one concern for 40 years. Housing is getting right up there, obviously, for certain groups. So I appreciate the efforts in trying it. Some of the business owners were very supportive, and they see it daily. Dave Wilderater, who's been on that corner for much of those 40 years, raved about the results and the safety of nighttime crossing. As you know, as for those of us who live here, there's evening establishments on both sides, and people are trying to cross that road with visitors who can't see them. And we don't have flaggers out at night. We don't have any other way to address the safety of those pedestrians. So I'm really concerned that we're pushing this off till we finish a roundabout and then analyze the roundabout, because no matter what you do with the roundabout, you're still going to have traffic volumes and pedestrian crossings at this intersection. So I'd love to see something sooner rather than later. The Grove Street parking increase, I'm sorry, we're calling it something else now, but the expanded parking there,
Yes.
we are trying to get people in and out of Grove Street. And one of the benefits, as you know, from this signal was the left turns out of Grove Street to get people going eastbound were much safer. Right now, people have to dart out and try to push their way in because there is no yielding. People are typically not yielding. Even when you wave at them and you know them, they tend not to yield. So I do think trying to solve this problem, I do appreciate the flaggers. How often are the flaggers contracted to be out there?
They're on the Saturdays and Sundays through the peak period and holidays.
And
then
Common
the
Speech on
farmers
Thursdays.
market.
So you know,
It's not a full-time.
It's not
solution.
full-time, and midweek we're seeing just these spikes of visitation. So I would just really encourage us to keep looking at this and expedite the discussions with Caltrans. When we made a decision, when the community and the county made a decision years ago not to put a signal here, it was when we built those sidewalks. And I was part of all of that on a voluntary basis. And it was some people who just didn't like the idea of another signal. We were becoming too citified or whatever, and they didn't like what Caltrans design standards were at the time. But that has changed pretty dramatically in 20 some years. So I'd really encourage us to keep moving forward on a solution and not wait for necessarily the roundabout. I guess we've been waiting now for 3 years for the roundabout. And, you know, I just as one supervisor, I'd like to continue to try to address traffic. I just co-chaired a group called Envision Tahoe, did an extensive community survey. Traffic, again, being the number one concern. It just continues to reaffirm that people come here to get out of their cars. We've got to get them out and enjoying, and it helps all of us when we do that. So, well. Yeah.
So may I ask
Yeah.
a question as you're talking about that? So I appreciate the study, and it sounds like one of the there's a couple of reasons to hold off, right? I mean, there's about 40% who said, yeah, it's great, but 60% who didn't, typically drivers. And when you're driving, nobody wants to, I mean, you want to go through, right? We don't want to be held up, et cetera.
They're not happy when we don't do anything, and they're not happy when we try something.
Yeah.
So,
so you know, I
How's that for
certainly
you?
I certainly understand that, and then I understand the roundabout. When does the roundabout actually finish? Did you say this summer?
It will begin this next summer.
Beginning building?
Begin construction.
This
They
next
intend
summer.
to complete in the one season, but I would possibly.
So you're
think
waiting
it'll go
another year.
at least, Bonnie, because I know the
Right.
businesses at the Y are very concerned about a construction schedule that gets it done in 1 year and the impacts in July and August on their businesses.
Sure.
So.
That makes sense. Yeah, I guess it's like I'm wondering why we're just delaying, as you bring that up, as a resident who lives here, when there's clearly a traffic issue and clearly a need for something different. I'm sort of echoing what you say. You live here, and I'd like, well, then why are we waiting if we've been waiting a long time? And you're really talking about waiting another several years. And if in fact roundabouts are great and they slow down traffic, absolutely. I've seen it in my community. They're terrific. But then you just have a steady flow of traffic.
Great.
And then that traffic doesn't slow down further up. So I don't know if that's necessarily
a big impact. But again, I think if we continue to look at those options and as well as the increasing the flaggers then. And what do we do about nighttime? Can we create any lighting out there that makes it safe for those pedestrians going from some of the bars on that side of the street to some of the establishments on the other side of the street? Because it really, as a driver, you can come up and not see them. And they're not paying attention. They may have been, we're glad they're walking when they're been in those establishments, but they're not necessarily paying attention either. So
Absolutely.
anyway, thank you. Yes, Suzanne.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
my question was the roundabout, is that scheduled for Grove Street?
No.
No.
Okay, because I didn't see how that would work. And the roundabout that you're talking about, will the volume of traffic, will it uphold the volume of traffic during the high peak periods?
Believe so. Yes, it was designed to handle, I mean, the peak of the peak is congestion. It's
Right.
gridlock. There's really no getting around that or
Right.
building out of it. But generally, there will be an improvement or at least not a degradation in the level of service at that intersection.
Right, okay. And so it's Grove Street you're talking about, that you have flag people?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I personally like the concept of the scramble, because then all lights are red, then it's pedestrians go, get out of the way, and then everybody moves once more. Otherwise, last summer, pedestrians were just walking in the street, and that I noticed we were backed up way past, I can't remember the street, like Tahoe or Lakeside Boulevard. Yeah, I think they need to have something where it's a green light for all the pedestrians to go, and then go back to moving the traffic.
It's definitely a concern, and I'd urge us to work with our business association. I mean, when we survey the general public, they're not always particularly knowledgeable about the before and after and really looking at the statistics. Their opinions are important, but we need to quantify what we're able to do and what are the best practices. I visited, gosh, I want to say this is 30 years ago. I visited Rocky Mountain National Park and was in Estes Park.
Great.
And they had flaggers that, of course, they didn't have to meet Caltrans standards, so they were dressed more attractively and had a little more fun out there. And but they did stop all traffic and let everybody go every direction, and then held them again. And it worked, and it was a friendly addition to the community because they were able to wear kind of a uniform that was attractive and welcoming and visiting and more less construction oriented. I guess would be the best way for me to say it nicely on public, because some of the folks are used to being construction flaggers, and that's what they're wearing out there. And I understand they have to wear a safety vest, but well, I'd urge us to move forward. That's and continue working on this. Robert?
Yeah, just sitting there thinking, but add a perspective for me, which may be helpful, is that a couple of plus points that came to mind was Martis Valley Community Plan update and the traffic studies that were involved in that, and the impact that the development in the valley would have here, because that was studied. But then fast forwarding to the consideration for the downtown improvements project, big question being whether we did 3 or 4 lanes and what the results of that would look like. All just by way of saying that I think it's always been known by people who studied the issues that there's no magic wand out there, that there would always be traffic impacts. Good news was that with the result of the Martis Valley Community Plan not developing as extensively as was thought, then there was, again, a backdrop fundamental change that reflected that at peak times, unless we want to build transportation systems so people can zoom through town, there's going to be bad congestion. But it's a very small amount of the year, a very few hours in a particular day. And people who live here, I think, know that and plan for it accordingly. But people who come here, again,
They should.
same old thing. We want to get them out of their car and to the fullest extent possible. But that's part and parcel with a tourist-based economy, and the Estes Park kind of thing is what made me think about it, because you could somebody's here and they're relaxing, if they decide that they're not going to spend their vacation fighting traffic, they are going to get out of the car. And if there were some flaggers that were making all that more fun, it's just part of the process, and it's the best you can do under the circumstances, noting that there is no magic wand.
There were a lot of folks that blame the sidewalks for bringing too many pedestrians. If we never built the sidewalks, we wouldn't have all the pedestrians. Anyway, we've probably beat this to death. I think you've heard the sentiment of the board to move forward. Public, are there any public comments on this item? Okay.
Thanks so much for your
Thank
input.
you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much. And now I think we've concluded our open session for today. We're going to move to closed session. County Council?
The board will now adjourn to closed session to consider one item of anticipated litigation, public employee performance valuation, public employment recruitment process, and conference with labor negotiators.
Signing your name.
Are we ready? Great. The board is returned from closed session. County Council, will you give the report?
The board met in closed session to consider the following. Under anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, one potential case. The board heard a report and provided direction on a 5-0 vote. Under performance evaluation, the board conducted a quarterly report on the county council. Under public employment recruitment process, the board heard a report and on a 5-0 vote provided direction. On conference with labor negotiators, the board heard a report and on a 5-0 vote provided direction. This concludes the report out of closed session.
Well, thank you very much. It's been a long day and we stand adjourned.